now, Naomi. Check, check.
Very good. Thank you. That's better.
Michael, the clock is struck 6 o'clock. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Is the recording started? I will call the September 28th, 2021 regular meeting of the Mill Creek City Council to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would the Mayor Pro Tem please lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Naomi, roll call, please. Loser on the screen.
Looks like, yeah, her surface might have crashed.
Sorry. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Mayor Holtzclaw,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vanel. Here. Councilmember Bond.
Here.
Councilmember Cavallari.
Here.
Councilmember Steckler.
Here.
Councilmember Riles.
Here.
Councilmember Morgan. Here.
Thank you, Naomi. We will move now to audience communication. I will start with the members in attendance and then move online. So I have one person here in chambers. I see Barb and then Sean online. So if anyone else after the two of those, please raise your hand. We'll begin. Will, go ahead, name and address, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Will Nelson, 14925 29th Drive, Southeast Mill Creek. A couple of weeks ago, I mentioned that the Fire District 7 revenue increases from property taxes before the Great Recession were in the area of 10% a year. After the Great Recession, 8.4%, and with the failure of their levies, are now down to about 3.4%. Plus, what they get from Brightwater, what they get from us, what they get from reimbursement from insurance companies, and new construction plus the 1% annual, and yet they still complain of shortage of funds. And they saved several million on mergers also. And some more factoids from their 2019 report, annual report. Fire chief now makes about $350,000 a year, and that may be appropriate for that size of an organization, but as a taxpayer, I get to look at that, and I would not deprive anybody of how much they could command for their services. But as I said, as a taxpayer, I get to look at it. Firefighters are between 140 and 160K a year with benefits, plus overtime. It probably takes many of them up to about 200,000 a year. Again, they've been able to accomplish all this because they have direct access to taxpayer funds through the levies, mostly. Now come to find out that the firefighters are starting to move out of our area. One of my former neighbors sold his house and moved to Okanagan. He's going to build up there. And apparently they're jiggering the schedules among themselves so they can support extended stays in both places. My concern there is I'm not sure I want him to be, would want to be treated by anybody who may be short on sleep after 3 or 4 days or maybe more. I would find that highly dubious from a health standpoint. So I checked some more, did some online looking, and apparently hundreds of them in the LA Fire Department are also doing the same thing. Moving to Nevada, moving to Louisiana, and then working the schedules among themselves. What's disheartening about it is, as Councilmember Bond stated a while back and has stated several times, I don't think the police and the sheriff make anywhere near that kind of money on a routine basis from what I've heard. Anyway, that's what I had to say on that. On the item that's on the agenda for tonight on the proposal for moratorium on passports for vaccine. Personally, these are concepts I believe in and support, but I wonder what exactly the good would be for this council to consider that at this time. What good would it come to the council? I don't see too much profit or benefit in addressing that issue at this level. But if you do pass it, I would say you should strip out any reference to business. Let business decide what they want to do on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Barb, you are next. Name and address. Please.
Title 1401, 144th Place Southeast, Mill Creek. Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if from the American Rescue Plan Act that money can be spent to upgrade the audio for the council meetings. The ability to hear council members and staff and presenters often is a challenge. It'd be really nice to have a good AV system in Mill Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Sean, name and address in 3 minutes, please.
Sean Paddock, 15617 30th Drive Southeast. Thank you, Mayor. Since the beginning of the year, I've been sitting in, at least virtually, on these council meetings and retreats. And as a member of the community, I've been incredibly impressed and frankly surprised by how these meetings and deliberations have been cooperative and tightly focused on the hard work of leading our city. There's been no hint of partisanship or divisiveness, which I think is particularly commendable when we see what's happening in other public forums around our county. The professionalism and the attention to the concerns of our neighbors and the local businesses has been a behavioral blueprint for others to follow, in my opinion. And a terrific example of that is the good work that this council has been methodically coming together to align on options for the DRCC, a project that could have generational impact on our community, and an effort that's been productive, focused, and shows collaborative leadership capabilities of you all, of our elected representatives. So it was a great concern and disappointment to read the proposed resolution that was introduced last meeting, September 14th, and is coming up for consideration today, albeit a little bit amended. The resolution appears to be designed specifically to introduce rhetoric and division into these council proceedings. And while this body and our community might dismiss some of the positions outlined in the resolution as merely dramatic and provocative, the polarizing statements could easily become a slippery step towards tribalism and bitterness that I think we've all deliberately and very thankfully avoided here in Mill Creek. So I respectfully ask the entire council, including the resolution sponsor, to say no to rancor and division, retract this unnecessary resolution, and stay the course of civility, and to continue to maintain the focus on the important problem-solving work of the council and on the kitchen table concerns of our community. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Sean. Anyone else like to address the council at the beginning of the meeting? Looks like I only have one screen. I don't see anyone else's hands up, so there'll be another opportunity at the end, as always. We'll now move into our presentations. I'll turn it over to Michael, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item this evening is to be presented by Councilman John Steckler, and that relates to the Great Garden Award. I do want to acknowledge before we begin a mistaken assumption that we have the data that included the names. In fact, I emailed about this at length today, and I apologize for my own misunderstanding. I proceeded 5 minutes before the meeting, assuming we had that information, Councilman Steckler. So if we need to correct this, I will make every effort to do so, but I apologize.
Well, I'll just go ahead and launch in. Naomi, will you make me a presenter?
Is your mic on?
Oh, wait a second.
We got
You are
All
a
right.
co-host.
I am a co.
You are.
You don't need to turn on your sound for this one.
Right, I thought my mic was on. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah,
Okay. So I am a co-host and you have, can you bring up the presentation for me?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right, well, we're going to be bringing up the presentation for you. I have the great pleasure of introducing this year's winners of the Great Garden Awards. And just as a little background to this, as we're putting this up on the screen, the Great Garden Awards was re-brought back in about 5 years ago by the Arts and Beautification Committee, and has been conducted by this board every year since, this year being no exception. And so it's a little bit changes though with the COVID environment, so I'll be going through those as we talk about these. Let's see if I can get this. Let's see. Oh, you're still bringing it up for me. This is in it. This is a award that is put on by the city of Mill Creek, and it's a way of us recognizing all of the Great Garden or all of the areas and residents of the city of Mill Creek that have great gardens, and we've selected them. There's a process that we go through. First of all, the award winners, I should mention, you'll see this in the pictures, after they are selected, will receive a beautiful sign just like this to put in their front yard, greatly suitable for bragging rights for the neighborhood and other neighbors in their neighborhood, which they normally would be bringing back to the meeting tonight here. We'd have everybody in attendance at the council chambers, we'd have them turn back in their signs, and they would get a lovely commemorative plaque, which we would give them for their home use. But since we are in COVID, we will ask them to bring them back in a COVID-safe time. We'll bring back their signs and get their awards. But let's go ahead and recognize them on the silver screen. So with that, Naomi, sorry, I'll let you go ahead and bring it back up.
Okay, no problem.
My apologies. So the process we go through is we break out the city of Mill Creek into various segments. And you're going to see those in just a minute with a couple of clicks. Here we go. So we break the city of Mill Creek into 7 geographic zones. There's 7 Arts and Beautification board members. Each board member is given 1 zone. Those members on their own time, these are citizens, volunteer citizens, that go out in their cars, they drive to each one of these individual zones you see here on the screen, and they will actually look at every single home in that zone, take pictures of the ones that they like, they feel have good great looking gardens, and bring it back. When they then together as a group, each one of them presents their number 1 choice from their zone. So each zone does have a pick, so there's 7 winners. And then together, the board will select 5 additional winners for a total of 12 Great Garden Award winners. So let's go ahead and let's see. Do I have the ability to advance this? I guess not. I'll let Naomi advance. All right.
You just let me know.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to start these right off. Let's talk about each one of the award winners.
Can you see award criteria?
I already went through a lot of that already. Their gardens.
Okay.
Everything's I didn't want to repeat myself. So let's go ahead and talk about our first award winner. This is the home Keith Bell, 148 12th Street, 3rd Drive, Southeast. Beautiful home, as you can see. A little more traditional craftsman type design, but you can see the use of a lot of flowers. Next slide. Our next winner. Patrick Duffy's home, 144 112 27th Drive, Southeast. Great use of rockery, flowers, and you can see obviously in the center here, I don't know if my cursor appears, it does not, but there is the Great Garden Award sign right in the middle for all the neighbors to see with great envy. Next slide. Mike and Mary Nichols at home, 15511 27th Drive Southeast is our 3rd award winner. Here's a picture of Mary. That is not Mike in her arms, that is their dog. Mike is her husband. But you do get a chance to see Mike and Mary's home. A little bit of a nice Asian flair with some of the bonsai type trees out in the front yard. They do takes a lot of extra work to keep those going. Mary is very proud of her Great Garden Award sign. Next slide. Heather O'Connor's home. Now, this is an interesting one. It's a little English Tudor home, and you can see how they've got a very well manicured garden. Take a look at that bottom photo where there's a nice English garden type look with the low lying heather and such in the yard. It's a beautiful look of a garden that matches the home. So great job, Heather. Next slide. This is Bundy and Ellen Olson's home, 16304, 21st Drive, Southeast. Beautiful home. You can see a nice entry up the driveway with the well manicured hedges that lead up to the Great Garden Award sign right up by their front door so that everyone can see. Next slide. Our next winner is Lisa Reed's home, and this is at 2515, 143rd place Southeast. Actually, you can see how she really brought in a lot of additional flowers in the front yard, a lot of extra work for that. We appreciate that. The Great Garden Award winners that bring in flowers really show a lot of extra work to keep those going. Next slide. Kimberly Strohan, who is so proud of her Great Garden Award sign. She insisted on sitting on one of her favorite rocks right by the sign to make sure she got a great picture. Really nice person. Great looking garden, a lot of great manicuring going on, a lot of use of river rock beds. And you can see the home has been enhanced with the river rock fronts as opposed to a lot of the traditional brick we see in our area. And that's enhanced in the garden. Next slide. Marita and Mike. Oh, I hope I say it right. Ziskowski. Hope I did that right. Very proud of their yard. A lot of great flowers in this yard. A lot of work to keep this going. I always admire a yard where the garden is so great, you really can't see the house anymore. That's a great sign. And who doesn't love a garden where they actually recognize the power of a little stone squirrel in the front yard, as illustrated right there in that front. That is absolutely delightful. So Marita and Mike, nice job. 3206, 151st place Southeast. Next slide. Terrence and Rosario Carroll. Beautiful home, 14610 32nd Drive Southeast. You can see how they put up a brick fence around their yard and then took the time to actually add flowers both in front of and behind it. Really helps to enhance. A lot of people wouldn't do both, but they insisted on doing both. So they've actually put their brick wall back a little bit. Adds a really nice touch to the home. A lot of extra work. Congratulations to both of you. Next slide. Now, we don't have actual approval on the names in a couple of these, so I'm just going to give you some addresses here. This is in the Evergreen neighborhood. This is 15020 18th Lane Southeast. This home is situated on a large corner lot, which is why you see so many little pictures. The house has got a huge front yard with a lot of gardening that goes into it. They've got raised beds with flowers. They've got expansive lawns, river rock. You really get a chance to see how much work goes into this yard to keep it up and maintain it. A great job, a lot of effort that goes into it. A lot of plants in this one location. Next slide. And at River Crossing, here's a great example of taking a garden and allowing it to have that wonderful look that doesn't look too trimmed, has a natural look. Good corner lot with a chance to really showcase the trees and the shrubs and let them grow to some freedom. And also that corner lot is a great opportunity to put your Great Garden Award sign right out there in that corner. So everyone at River Crossing can see that you are the Great Garden Award winner. And next slide. Vine Maple, I believe this is our last one. If you ever wondered where the person was who mows the lawn for the Mariners at Safeco Field, I think they may live here. I'm not sure, but I've never figured out how to mow my lawn to make it give those little stripes like that. But this person obviously has. Beautiful yard. Another great example of having so much foliage, you can kind of hide the house behind all of the great garden that they have. Notice the river rock fence that's being built down in the front to give it a rustic fence look. Really nice home in a very traditional neighborhood, one of our original neighborhoods here in Mill Creek. And I think that, I believe, is our last winner. A great group of winners. All 12 winners are invited down here to Mill Creek at their leisure to present their Great Garden Award signs. They will get their Great Garden Award plaque, which we will allow them to take home for perpetuity to put in their trophy cases of garden awards. But I also want to make sure that we also thank our Arts and Beautification Board members and our entire committee for their tireless efforts, because that was a lot of extra work. Guy Arnfield, the chairman of the Arts and Beautification Board, Shoshana Molman, the vice chair, Jamie Barrett, who's a member, Michelle Edwards, member, Carmen Fisher, a member, Jean Smart, member, and Ravi Ubriani, who's also a member. All of them, we thank them very much for all of their efforts to make these Great Garden Awards possible, to maintain them year after year, and to recognize all the people in Mill Creek that spend the time to help beautify our neighborhood. Special thanks also to Jody Hawkins and Scott Harder, who are city representatives and support the Arts and Beautification team. I myself am the council representative for that team and get to support them as well. So a great time to just kick off a meeting and celebrate our wonderful citizens, our wonderful gardens, and a wonderful tradition that we do here in Mill Creek. So congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you all to everybody, and I will turn it back over to Good morning, yeah. Good morning, virtual. Oh, watch it from home.
I wonder, maybe Councilmember Blondo knows this. Has a city council member ever won one of these awards? My next door neighbor keeps, well, congratulations, Terry and Rosario, but they yet again up the bar meeting another time.
I do know that Councilman John Stegler is ineligible. I do know that much.
Okay, thank you, John, and thank you to all those involved for putting this together and to the winners. Michael?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. As I referenced in a prior council meeting, I've asked Jody Hawkins and Scott Harder, the new members of our communications and marketing team, to present this evening on their first couple of months, what they've been up to and the modifications and changes, improvements and innovations that they have undertaken in a very short amount of time. My intention for this evening is not only to report into you, but to possibly have a dialogue where we can hear about what it is we're doing right and what it is we might have room to improve upon, or things that you would like us to pay attention to as we move forward. I couldn't emphasize more how pleased we are with the chemistry with Scott and Jody. You know, I'll tell you, even I need to do a shout out to Kristen Rasmussen. I just hung up with her earlier this evening. She continues to work from afar to support us as we make a transition. But this new management imprimatur that comes from Jody and Scott is very impressive. We want to have an opportunity to share a quick presentation with you. So Jody and Scott, if you take it away, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Michael, and council members and attendees. We're so thankful for this opportunity to share the highlights of the last 3 months as your new communications and marketing team. My colleague Scott Harder is going to start us off with reviewing our social media. Scott.
So Naomi, I'm hoping you'll share the presentation for us. Thank you. Fantastic. So we'll just start on slide 2. So one of the first things we did to help elevate the community outreach was leverage our social media. The city has 5 channels, with Facebook being our strongest. Instagram tells stories, Nextdoor works best for events and updates, and Twitter for timely updates, and of course, YouTube's for videos. So here you can see on this slide how we use social to help promote and tell the story about National Night Out. A lot of people reached, a lot of engagement. Next slide. So both reach and engagement were high, which showed the community's appreciation for this event. So this is our recap. Again, we had a lot of engagement, a lot of people reached. Go to the next slide. So for the Mill Creek Festival, this was our second big event this summer. We posted day of photos, and we did this to help promote the school supply drive for the police department. And on the right, you can see 68 likes was highlighted here on Instagram, which was pretty high feedback for that channel. Next slide. So you can see here, this is for August, and August only, but you can see our reach was solely based on our event posts and stories. Each of those peaks there are based on an event post. So it's apparent to us at this point that the community was engaged and they were listening. Next slide.
Scott, quick question. When it says that there was a reach, what does that mean?
So So reach is, as it says here, reach is different from impressions, which may include multiple views of your post by the same people. So that individual Facebook page reach there of 4764, that if they visited it twice, it counts as one. So each reach is a single user or a single account.
So that's a site visit. Or opening up the page. Okay, thanks.
Certainly. So as we started to learn more about how these channels worked for the city, we also learned that Twitter was best used for civic updates, so we can keep specific messaging for each platform. So as you can see, we use this for public notices and such, and it actually had good impressions and engagements. And that's where people we found go to get this sort of messaging. Next slide. So this just shows again for August who our social audience is, and then you can look through this, but this really helped us see the different trends and how we're going to select our audience. So you can see the majority of it, at least on Facebook, it was 32.3% were residents in the city. So as well as Instagram was 17. But we can definitely go in more depth at another time about this. We don't have time tonight, but I'm going to hand this over to Jody next so she can talk about our fall and winter recreation guide.
Thank you, Scott. I wanted to take a minute and thank Scott for the beautiful cover photo you see in front of you overlooking Freedom Field. That was taken just a few days before our fall and winter guide went to press, and it's just been really impressive. The guide was mailed to over 20,000 homes, had a circulation of about 20,000 as of September 3rd when it went out. Next slide. We're proud to be able to offer more than 60 classes in the guide with a wide range of activities, as you can see, for the fall and winter session. What's new in the rec guide this year is the use of QR codes. You can see down in the left-hand corner. It drives residents to our pages. And we first began using QR codes on signage at the Mill Creek Festival, and since then have noticed a real steady increase in scan use. We have 50% of our web traffic coming from mobile, and so we anticipate this use to grow over time. Next slide. One of the most important reasons why we've decided to use QR codes is the opportunity to update messaging in real time, making it evergreen content. So an example is the ability to update our safety procedures as we expect things to change over time here in the next little while. This helps us to keep maintenance down and messaging consistent across platforms. Next slide. We were excited to be able to highlight geocaching, which we talked about at an earlier meeting, but geocaching in the rec guide for the first time this fall, along with a detailed page on the city's website so that folks can learn more about it, and then we can continue to update it. Next slide. We've placed caches at most parks around the city with a total of 13, 9 just since July. And we soon hope to have caches in all Mill Creek parks, as well as to partner with local businesses and other organizations. As of today, we've had over 2,900 finds, and they've all been positive responses. Next slide. We have had very positive, as I said, we've had very positive responses from the community. Most comments are stating things like, I didn't know this park was here, and thank you for placing these caches. So we're excited to see where this goes in the future. Next slide. We recently partnered with our Passport and IT teams to imagine a creative signage solution for the entrance to City Hall South. The challenge was to create a multifunctional sign, one that could be updated by our staff and that would provide clear guidance for visitors seeking passport services. Additionally, we needed it to function as a basic information hub for other departments to utilize. For instance, the sign calls out that fingerprinting services are currently unavailable, or that there's a holiday coming up and will be closed. Those sections can all be changed out quite quickly. Our solution included repurposing this underutilized kiosk found in City Hall South and updating it to incorporate the city's branding, adding the use of QR codes to facilitate quick updates and making it modular so that different sections could be updated separately. So it all didn't need to change at one time. Next slide. We've also been updating other signage around City Hall, the City Hall campus, to stay on brand, which includes these new signs that you'll see in City Hall South and North with in front of the temperature check kiosks. And so over to Scott.
Thanks, Jody. Yeah, I just want to say we were talking about all these QR codes recently, and I almost could tell you I didn't know what that meant, and I had to look it up, but it does mean quick response code. You learn something every day. So the city commemorated the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks by recording Chaplain Nick Lewis give a heartfelt speech at City Hall, which was shared on all our social channels, and it was well received. Next slide. So in September, our communications and outreach were certainly elevated by local press capturing and publishing our stories. We also utilized paid boosts for the first time on social media to elevate two relevant and different content stories: our walk-up passport service and our youth basketball partnership with the Mill Creek YMCA. And in the bottom right, you can kind of see those the top item there about passport that was boosted. And we had one of the largest reaches I've ever seen, which was 6,125. Next slide. So as of today, the YMCA has over 265 registrations for their winter basketball league. When we've learned as of today, 200 of those came from our league. They're allowing teams to stay together while practicing and playing at previous venues to keep it consistent with years past. We've had very positive feedback from the community, and parents are very happy that their kids are allowed to play. You can see some comments here that were inserted, but again, they're just excited that their kids can get out and play. Next slide. So the schedule for October includes 2 drive-through events that we are actively planning. We've got our annual Shredded event at City Hall North, which hasn't changed except for the date, and a trunk or treat alternative, which we're pretty excited and proud of, labeled the Candy Caravan. We are currently accepting sponsors and donations for the Candy Caravan, but what's different this year is we have partnered with Everett Public Schools on a new location at Jackson High School. This will help alleviate the traffic congestion and spread people out at this drive-through event. Next slide. And this aerial view shows how we worked with the police department to come up with a traffic plan and have the community enter through Heatherwood at Trillium and wind their way towards the drop-off lane at Jackson. Cars will pass by several Halloween-themed booths, which are marked by those green squares, where masked and gloved community members will hand out candy to the cars with the opportunity to drop off food for the Mill Creek Community Food Bank before they exit. Next slide. That is our show.
Nice presentation. Anyone have any questions for Scott and Jody? Scott or Jody?
Nice job. Mayor, what I would add is that what we're really trying to emphasize across all departments is really a data-driven management model that enables us, particularly in communications and marketing, for us to actually get a sense of what the feedback is that is coming back from our residents and stakeholders. This is the beginning of what I believe will be a more refined metric by which we measure the communications and marketing platform. And we, again, are looking to improve and develop further in anywhere that we can. So the big word right now in this department is innovation. I can tell you that when the Mill Creek Festival was happening, Scott and Jody worked so that the Google Maps would actually provide updates for traffic rerouting for folks as they were coming down, expecting to be able to use Mill Creek Boulevard. While that may at some level sound bureaucratic, for us, that's a game changer in terms of the possibilities for the way in which communications and marketing now can integrate with our public works department, can integrate with our police department for emergency messaging. And we've already exercised those relationships. Which you noticed when the geocaching map was on. I had asked, what is geocache? And it's like a serendipity hunt. It's done in a digital realm. I'm sure they got a better definition than the one I gave, but this idea that we can discover things and be drawn and pulled to them. I believe it would be a similar to a Pokemon format, but I've already stepped too far off my turf. The very important thing that's coming up for an integration between communications, marketing, and our public works department really has to do with our compliance mandates under the Department of Ecology, not only for public education, but other ways in which that relationship between communications, marketing, and public works department is going to be exercised so that we're able to communicate to our community in real time the mandates and communication that's needed for all of us to have greater appreciation for the need to manage surface water. I've had anyone ask me, what does the speedies permit mean? Why is it important? Ultimately, it translates into whether or not we're going to reverse the declining salmon stream populations. A number of things ultimately have run up, going off into Puget Sound and elsewhere. It's not just Mill Creek, it's us as a region, but to be able to communicate that, it can devolve into wonkiness very quickly. And for us to be able to have Jody and Scott on board to be able to break it down and challenge all of us to speak more in picture storytelling, storyboard methods, is really where we're headed. So on the one end, we're simplifying our message. But behind those simplified messages is a more sophisticated medium by which we're measuring the feedback and other opportunities for us to capture technological innovation in the next era. So we may be hopefully coming to you in the near future with some experimental opportunities for this as well. So, I did want to thank you for that. And any feedback you have would be greatly appreciated.
Councilmember Barros had a question.
Yes, I did have one question. I noticed you mentioned that during Mill Creek Festival and the National Night Out, you did day of posts that tried to help people know that it's going on right then, and that they could go then. Looking ahead at these community events, I was wondering about how far ahead you plan to do a post to kind of advertise that it's going to happen, or if you're going to do more day of type of things, because I know I do a better job of making it to events when I know about them a week or two in advance. And I would, the shredded event and the candy caravan are things that I may not have heard about. I think Mill Creek Festival was one that I would know about being in Mill Creek on a regular basis. So, but these other ones I think are good ones that advertise ahead of time. And so I was wondering, what's the plan there, and then seeing what your data gives you for how that worked out, and whether we think that really kind of boosted our engagement in real world, whether more people show up.
Scott, Jody?
I guess I can answer that. Thank you. So with the Mill Creek Festival, it wasn't our event. We were trying to stay focused on the city's events, even though we're still trying to help out and help promote other people's events. But we're trying to not to cloud our stream and not to overpost, and kind of keep it a little more focused on what the city's doing other than others, if that makes sense.
So I guess in the case here, we're talking about this community document shredding event. Is that not a city event? Or the candy caravan event? Those are city events, right? And so what's our plan to advertise those ahead of time on social media?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry I left that part out. No, we're getting very strategic with how we're going to be posting on social. We've actually got the whole month planned out already. We're helping Barb with the dog walker watch starting tomorrow, and everything else. Yeah, moving forward, utilizing plans that give a save the date type alert weeks before, and then week of and day of. So with some of these larger events, especially the candy caravan, we are going to be giving a lot of heads up for sure.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I know that map for the candy caravan is going to be key. The how to enter and how to exit. Please don't go the other places.
Any other questions? Councilmember Morgan. Oh, the lights came on.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank both of you for the information and the data that you showed us. This type of data, I think, is monumental in seeing how many eyes are on the events for the city. I wanted to also get your feedback on the possibility of developing a city app for Android and iOS devices where we might be able to push notifications to citizens and things of that nature.
I can talk about that. So there have been many things. That's a really good question, and there is a need, but it may not require us to make our own app. We actually are looking into some other possibilities that already exist, but there is a need. And so we are looking at that and plan to be strategic. I would have to say that the past few months have been just trying to manage what we have in front of us. But we are excited about the idea of looking forward to new ways to communicate with our community. And that's certainly on the list.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jody.
Sure.
Through the chair, what I might add is that a little bit of foreshadowing later on, there might be an ARPA opportunity, particularly as it relates to emergency push notifications and the way in which we communicate to our community as a whole.
I have some recollection the city of Monroe might have created an app 3 or 4 years ago that's similar along those lines. So maybe look into that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I don't actually have a question. I just wanted to comment for Jody and Scott that thank you for this presentation and all the hard work you've been doing. I have noticed the new sign out front, and I just want to congratulate you and thank you for your innovation to include the QR codes and move us up into modern times with that. And it looks excellent, and it's able to help people find their way and help the task force keep going. So I just wanted to thank you for that and tell you you did a great job. Thanks.
Michael, I think we're ready to move on to engineering.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Next up was our city engineer, Mr. Frank Reiner. He's going to discuss with us the title tonight is Concepts of Capital Engineering in the City of Mill Creek. Frank?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members. Can you see my presentation screen?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me a bit of time to come and present with you this evening. My purpose tonight is to introduce, and in a couple cases, reintroduce some concepts that go into capital engineering planning. And these form some of the core concepts that we are going to be bringing forward to you in subsequent presentations, especially next year when we start kicking off the biennial budgetary process. So I'd like to take the opportunity now to introduce these. I'm going to try and kind of stream through these fairly quickly, but just be aware that these are concepts that we will return to again and again over the course of pretty much in perpetuity. So you don't necessarily have to absorb absolutely everything that I'm sharing with you tonight, but I will leave time at the end for questions. So what I did was I picked a few topics that tend to either generate confusion or form the foundation when we're talking about capital engineering. And those are what I'm presenting as capital engineering concepts. The first of those is one that we've all been hearing a lot of in the news lately and such, and this concept of a public infrastructure asset. And to be honest, this one is a very difficult term to define accurately and consistently. But for the purposes of the city of Mill Creek, I've proposed one definition to kind of focus us in a little bit as an asset being a basic, measurable or definable physical fixed installation that is required to support one or more necessary functions of a city. So how specific we get in terms of that really kind of depends on the nature of the asset itself. You could look at an entire building, for instance, as an asset, but that's not necessarily a very useful thing from the standpoint of project and program engineering planning and such. So very often we'll break it down just a little bit further. So to use another example, let's say a city street, we might identify assets in that street as the light pole standards or the catch basins or the the sections of pipe and such, just to give us something that's a little more definable as an asset. At the end of the day, though, how we scope an asset tends to be a matter of administrative and financial policy and just clear communication about what the intention is. Another concept I wanted to introduce is a tricky acronym. You see this acronym tossed around a lot and tossed around very casually, and it very often is an acronym that has a number of different meanings to it. And sometimes those meanings can be a little difficult to catch unless you catch the context. So CIP can refer to the capital improvement plan, the 6-year capital improvement plan that the city council reviews and approves biannually along with the funding exercise. It can refer to a capital improvement project, a specifically scoped project that is focused on constructing, installing, and putting into service a new or replacement public infrastructure asset like what I described earlier. It can refer to the capital improvement program, which is a long-term strategic exercise. It's a bundle of regular city activities, often a bundle of projects that are planned, funded, and sustained on an ongoing or long-term basis. And I'll talk about both of these a little later in this presentation. Finally, CIP can also refer to the capital improvement program itself as an organizational unit within the Public Works Development Services Department. So the biggest thing here is just keeping in mind that there are different ways in which CIP gets used, not just within our own communications, but when other people communicate with us as well. One of the other tricky aspects of it is during the financial planning process, we very often attach other types of city projects, let's say basin studies or stormwater or planning studies, and very often call those capital projects. We might identify the acquisition of mobile assets like a vehicle and whatnot as a capital project, if you will. Those are done for convenience. They're done for ease of reference and communication between staff and city council during the budget process. We just need to be careful when we're tossing the acronym around that convenience is not becoming confusion. I touched on this here a few minutes ago, but capital project versus capital program. So I'd like to remind you of the last presentation that I came when I talked in terms of the surface water infrastructure program. So a capital improvement program has a work plan, and that work plan is essentially how is that program going to strategically work itself out? And very often it works itself out in the form of multiple projects, oftentimes spaced over multiple years. So to use the surface water aging infrastructure program to illustrate this, we had a grade F stormwater pipe repair project that we finished in 2019. We had a grade C project in 2020 that we finished early this year. We have currently in the construction stage a grade C pipe repair project for this year. Next year and for a few years after that, we're going to have continuing projects on an annual basis. These are all bundled together under one program. Another way in which we organize efforts within the Public Works Department is the consideration of the efforts that are done by operations and maintenance, the efforts that are done by capital improvement projects, and the often gray area that exists between the two. So this is a graphic that we're going to bring back to you in the future, just to kind of reiterate this a little bit. Typically, operations and maintenance is focused on cleaning, clearing, repair and upkeep, and component replacement within a given asset. Capital improvement projects typically focus primarily on either new assets or an asset replacement. But we have that middle gray area in between where we start to get into work that is very often inspired by our capital improvement program, rehabilitation or modification of an asset to take on a different function. So to give you some examples of that, the stormwater program falls into the stormwater infrastructure, aging infrastructure program falls into this gray area in a lot of ways, as I mentioned the last time. Pavement preservation also falls into this gray area. I want to reintroduce something that you were already introduced to late last year, because this four-stage system of looking at capital improvement projects and programs is something that I want to introduce as a consistent method of communicating with the council on where we are in individual projects, as well as to help us with planning these projects in a consistent fashion. So to reintroduce those four stages, the four stages are the concept stage, the scoping stage, the design stage, and the construction stage. Just to clarify a point, these have occasionally been termed in the past as phases rather than stages. I want to emphasize that from now on, we will be calling them stages because very often phases has different usages when you're talking about capital projects and such, and I don't want to confuse this particular concept. So one key difference between projects and programs, like I mentioned earlier, capital improvement programs, because of their strategic intent and purpose, typically only involve the concept and scoping stages. And I'll show you why here in a few minutes. Whereas projects, if you're going in onto the design, the construction stages of an effort, projects are a lot more suitable to that. So to first talk about the concept stage. The concept stage is our starting point for a project or a program. The purpose of the concept stage is to establish for the city, for city staff and stakeholders, the general intent and goal for the project, or the strategic intention and goals, usually more than one, of the program. The project concepts can be introduced from programs, as I alluded to earlier, but they do not have to be introduced from programs. Very often, project concepts are developed from ideas that come to us directly, and I'll talk about this in a few minutes, with no attachment to an existing program. The only budget or schedule aspects that go into the concept stage are very generalized, because the very focus here is to develop a project or program description. So this is a very short stage. Projects don't tend to linger in this one too long. The concept stage can also include collecting background and input that's going to be pursued in greater detail during subsequent stages. Last key point about the concept stage is the concept stage typically only involves internal city staff. So this is not the point in time in which we are going out and bringing in consultants or going out and starting a very involved project development, project planning process. This is just developing the first idea. Moving on into scoping, however, this is where we start adding a little bit more material to this and where we start seeking greater input. So I first want to talk about this in the context of projects. During the scoping stage, the primary task is to generate a more detailed project description. So if we before only had a paragraph or 3 or 4 sentences, now we're going to have a paragraph or 2 with a little more detail about really what are we doing with this project? What is this project going to deliver at the end of the day in the way of either new or replaced assets? We start looking in terms of a preliminary estimate. How much is this going to cost us? And a funding strategy. How are we going to pay for it? And again, we may not know all the answers, but we have to at least start thinking about it at this stage. We'll start introducing into the conversation preliminary design and construction stage schedules, particularly if our end game here with the scoping stage at this point in time is to introduce the project into the 6-year capital improvement program. And I'll talk about that here in a little bit. Defining the project design and construction requirements and identifying preliminary requirements that may need to be fulfilled before design starts. The scoping stage also involves reaching out, if opportunity allows us, for external funding opportunities. And so that includes both identifying them, applying for them, being awarded those, and possibly moving forward with seeking approval to sign grant agreements and such to support the future project that we're developing here. The end point of the scoping stage is typically with an approval process, the approval of the full funding and the programming of this project during either the biennial budget approval period or during a mid-year update to the capital improvement program. This stage can involve funding both city staff and external resources, particularly if the scoping stage has to incorporate required studies and such before design can actually begin. For programs, it's a little bit less meticulously detailed and a little broader just because of the strategic nature of programs. So with program scoping, we are generally starting to define better what is the program strategy and goals, what is the program level funding strategy, how are we going to fund the program start to finish so that we're meeting those strategy and goals. And then the heart and soul of a program is always the work plan. We're putting together a plan based on that program strategy, and that work plan will then be the guidepost for how we generate program generated projects and advance those to the concept stage when the program strategy indicates that we are to proceed on that. Another key element, I should say, of a program is identifying preliminary requirements for the program. So for example, this year, we recently completed a citywide pavement condition study, which is preliminary to us sitting down here this fall and winter to develop the work plan for the pavement preservation rehabilitation program. Programs tend to remain at the scoping stage, as I mentioned before. There is a periodic need to go back and reevaluate a program to make sure that the program strategy remains updated and that the work plan is updated for changing needs, changing conditions, or changing priorities. So for individual projects, when they advance to the design stage, typically speaking, a capital improvement project should be identified and funded by and through the council approved 6-year capital improvement plan. We got to be really careful not to sidestep this tool because this is a critical tool for keeping us on track and accountable for a project delivery start to finish. That stage usually kicks off with soliciting a design consultant team, selecting them, developing their scope, and contracting with them to get started with design. I don't want to dive too far into this bullet other than to just introduce you to the idea that designs have typically 4 milestones to them. Some of your simple designs, if it's a really simple project, may have fewer, but typically speaking, we try and keep to the 4 model. And these range from developing a pre-design to developing a design, to making certain that we've gotten all of the approvals and such, to a final bid package. What I want to draw your attention to in particular with this sequence, however, is that typically speaking, right in between the 60 and the 90, or what I call the design or staff approval milestones there, that is the point in time where we want to make sure that we are communicating with all the stakeholders, the city council, the city management and whatnot about where this design is actually going and what it's going to look like and such, because that's an opportunity where we know well enough what the design is going to be that we won't be introducing uncertainty or inaccuracies into our communication, but at the same time, give us enough time to steer the ship if the ship is going off course, because generally speaking, by the time we're ready to bid, the opportunity to make substantial changes in a capital improvement project has largely been substantially reduced. The end point of a design phase, as I said, is to be ready to go to advertisement and competitively bid the project. And that represents the start of the construction stage. So the big thing with the construction stage, because for the most part, people understand what construction is to emphasize that the stage is actually wider than the actual construction project, the boots on the ground, disruptive nature of a construction project. It starts with the invitation to bid and the bid opening and whatnot, because we go through a process. We go through a bid award process where we seek approval from council for that purpose for projects of sufficient size. We build the asset, the new or the replaced asset itself. And then there's another aspect of it. There is a contract acceptance. This is the decision at the end of the construction that's made by both the city and, if we have grant partners, external grant partners, that the contract has actually been fulfilled, that the project has been delivered, at which point in time we can then proceed with the local and state contract closeout procedures that are required for public works contracts. Finally, the end point of construction is the integration of the new or replaced infrastructure assets that that project delivered for the city into the city's operations and maintenance program. So I'm going to have to speed up just a little bit here. So I'm not going to go too far into this. I just want to illustrate the flow that an idea moves from the time that we receive it from somebody, how we process it, how we introduce it as a project into the concept and into the scoping phases. So to start with, we can receive ideas from a lot of different areas. We can receive them from city strategic planning. So those plans suggest ideas and priorities for projects. We can develop them from reactions to current events or emergencies. One very common one is we have something that's broken. We think we can repair it. We go out to repair it. It can't be repaired. It has to be replaced. Now it's become a project idea. Ideas can come from other entities. We have several partners in the city, be it the water and sewer utilities, Snohomish County, WashDOT, some of our franchise utilities. Those can inspire ideas. And then there is the source that is very familiar to all of us, which is the public interest ideas. So these can come in the form of suggestions of projects from the public. They can come from something inspired by supporting certain private development activities. They can come from city council requests and similar public interest sources. From there, and from the preliminary lists that I talked about, that basically all of this delivers, we then take that list and start funneling these ideas into this 4-stage process that I talked about. And so basically what I want to show you here is that from this side of it, the left side of the screen, this is essentially the concept stage that I talked about. This right side of the screen is essentially the scoping stage that I talked about. And I'm not going to go through all the boxes, but basically you can see how it flows here from the effort that staff puts into developing the stage, the items that I mentioned to you earlier for each stage. And then it goes into a back and forth between stakeholder reviews, people of significance to the proposal, and prioritization. In other words, we have an idea, how does it fit in with current city priorities, current city plans, current city funding levels, and so on and so forth. From there, in the concept stage, it could be kicked out in a couple different directions, this idea. The idea may be determined to be unfeasible or unworkable or superseded by other better ideas, and it may be just discarded. The idea may be developed as a concept and go into what I'm calling here the CIP unfunded list. So the capital improvement project unfunded list. The unfunded list is essentially the master list that we keep of projects that are ideas for the future, that are developed for the future. They may be introduced into a future capital improvement plan, but they're not quite there yet. And that's why we call them unfunded. Or a concept may be advanced to the scoping stage. Scoping stage will go through the same elements and potentially get kicked in one of the same directions. It may be discarded, it may go to the unfunded list, or it may be adopted into the approved 6-year capital improvement plan and therefore become a project and move on to the design stage. So a few key takeaway points that I'll hit on really quick here. Capital improvement programs carry a strategy through multiple years. They generally generate multiple projects. They are a strategic long-term practice that we have. Capital improvement projects are more specific and they're focused delivery mechanisms for particular public infrastructure assets, either new or replaced. I've described the 4 stages for the lifespan of capital improvement program. These are stages that city staff will use explicitly from now on to maintain a clear communication with city council, with stakeholders, and the general public about where a project is at any given point in time. There is a workflow that ideas move in so that we can move them in a considered fashion from an idea phase into a project, whether we're ready to move on that project or not, that fits in with city priorities and city plans. a stage approach, as I mentioned before. It allows meaningful status updates. It helps us with the key reviews and approvals that we need to seek at particular points in time. And council can expect program and project updates to be keying their progress to these 4 stages. The concepts that I've discussed here are not going to go away with this presentation. I am going to work on introducing the 4-stage concept for the public into a update to the city's website for the Public Works Development Services Department later this year. I will also bring them back with me when I present to City Council a little later this year on the surface water utility and on the pavement preservation program, and include how those elements will kind of fold into the concepts that I presented here tonight. So I appreciate you letting me kind of run through a lot of information here in this presentation. Do you have any questions I might be able to answer?
Thank you, Frank. Councilmember Burrows, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Frank. This has been really helpful to conceptualize and understand this. It's really great. One of the things, actually back on slide 13, you had mentioned the construction stage right there at the end there. You have integration of new or replaced infrastructure asset into city operations and maintenance. One of the things I was wondering about is, at what point is the funding of operations and maintenance of new infrastructure assets determined? What stage here would that be a part of? Is it part of the biennial budget ahead of the scoping and design part of the capital improvement project, or is it or part of the plan, or when does that happen? Where we would say, okay, we're going to have some new piece, some new part. How do we include that? How will we fund the operations and maintenance of that?
Thank you for the question, because it's a very good one, and it's actually a major tripping hazard for a lot of cities out there because they don't ask that question at the appropriate time. So we look at that at a couple different stages in the project in order to make sure that we are ready to be able to maintain a new or replaced asset at the time that construction delivers it. And the timing of that tends to depend on whether or not we're talking about a project that's going to be delivered in 2 years or 10 years. So part of the scoping phase would be looking at the types of assets that we're building, just so that we have some idea of magnitude. And that gives us an early enough window to start planning the operations and maintenance activities side of the capital program or of the Public Works Department programs in order to encompass that. The next stages where we encompass that is during the design itself. Design reviews by city staff, particularly at the 60% level, and to be resolved by the 90% level that I showed you earlier, typically involve our operations and maintenance folk directly, so that they have a chance to see what the project is proposing to build, and they have their chance to offer feedback on what are we capable of sustaining, what are we not capable of sustaining, and possibly the need for a expedited conversation about either A, what do we change about the design, or B, what do we change about our operations and maintenance program to catch up with this, so that by the time that we start construction, we should be ready by the time construction ends for that integration.
Okay, great, thank you. I have another question that isn't directly related, so anybody else?
Let's give everyone another bite first. If anyone else has any questions before we go back to you, anyone? Go ahead, Benjamin.
Okay. There on slide 15, you had mentioned the CIP unfunded list and that you call it that. I definitely understand that. I've worked a lot of projects where we have something that maybe the end result is, it's a good idea, it's a good thing for us to do, but not at this time. And we call that the parking lot, because that's something you can go out and you can say, oh, suddenly we have this much time, this much funding from some fund, from some source, or we need to find this much savings or something like that. And I would love to see a kind of parking lot kept for that CIP unfunded list. I can understand the discarded, as you say. We have something better. We decided that is not the route that the council wants to go, whatever, or the city, it doesn't work with our big plan. But the unfunded list, I think it's something we should keep around, especially in the case of, say, the state says, hey, are you guys looking for something to do? Well, we have we got a shovel-ready project for you. So it looks like it might be before the shovel-ready point, though, that we would have that. We wouldn't have it fully scoped. Is that accurate? That it should be, I mean, do we have something we might want to get to a little further along?
So there's a couple different ways to look at your question, and it is again a good one. One of the things that might stop a project at the concept is if we determine, for instance, it's a poor partnership project, and so we know after we've explored the concept that it's something that we will only ever fund ourselves. One of the reasons why I might kick a concept that we aren't necessarily ready to do internally, but we think might be worthwhile from a standpoint of an external funding partner, is that's a justification that I would have for moving a project to the scoping stage, let it go through the full scoping stage process so that it is ready to be used as a subject of grant applications and whatnot. It may still go on the unfunded list, but it'll go on the funded list with some backup so that, when those opportunities arise, whether it's a ecology permit or a ecology grant, I should say, supporting the stormwater program, or a state or federal transportation grant supporting transportation projects, that we don't have a shovel-ready project necessarily, but we have a project that's ready to be competitive in a short time frame for a grant application. So does that get close to kind of what you're asking about?
Yes, that does, and I think that's definitely, I'm definitely supporting a CIP unfunded list here for us in that case, especially getting through that scoping phase. So that if you have some of those that you say, we can't afford to do that ourselves, but if funds show up, if the grant is possible, this is something worth keeping around as a possibility for us to improve
Absolutely
for our residents. Thank you.
And those are discussions we'll have with the CIP. The project that comes to mind is the Spine Road out of the East Gov. We funded that for right-of-way acquisition, but not for design construction. So we made the strategic decision to advance it one step, but not further down. So we do engage in those discussions. Frank, could you go to slide 9?
Certainly.
I only had one comment. I thought this presentation was great, but I just have one little quibble. It's that last bullet point.
Okay.
In prior administrations, we've got tripped up on this where staff got, I'd say, into the concept or into the scoping, if not the design stage, before they ever came to us. And that caused a lot of angst and stress. I would revise that bullet, especially if this is going up for the public consumption, almost say stop, do not pass go until we've got consensus on the council to proceed, so that we avoid in those situations. Because otherwise, I think this plan is great for the way you've laid it out, and we have a structure to how we'll evaluate these things, but especially for more so on the individual projects and the programs. I think it's very important that this concept stage, we don't get to step 2 without whoever's sitting up here agreeing to move forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That was the only comment that I had. Otherwise, I thought that was great.
Point well taken. We'll change the wording on that. Our intention in that was that typically we're involving city staff in terms of resources to investigate the concept. But you're exactly right. This is still a collaboration between the council and the staff about it. We're just trying to say we're not going to go spend a lot of money with a consultant on that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. You did touch on this in a different slide where you referenced communication with the council. But if we're going to put this, outline this up for the community, I think it's important that we make sure that we have it clear when the decision is made to keep going.
Exactly right. Yeah, thank you for the comment.
Anyone else have anything? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Frank. Great presentation. Where are we? We are to old business, ARPA.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll hear this 4-phase model now populated as a theme that's going to come into our next presentation. And so help us. Our goal is for us to all be able to speak in terms of the way in which we throttle our resources. And the 4-phase model specifically contemplates that we would know early on if council has given us support in any particular endeavor so that we adjust our resources. If your direction to us is to explore something, to scope it out, to tell us what it may cost or what are the things or the attributes of a particular proposal, we would do that without necessarily then jumping in 100%. We would then come back to reporting out at that scoping phase before moving on to the explicit approvals that make it an agreed upon project. So with that said, you will see that in the ARPA presentation this evening, we are making suggestions. We don't have dollars around any of those suggestions, and we are going to offer an opportunity. I wanted to say here at the beginning explicitly that we are reviewing administrative recommendations, but they're very, very high level. This is where we say, are we on the same page? If we're not, for you as our policymakers to give us the direction we need and then work within those bumpers to move forward. I would also say as an overarching theme that as Martin and Laurel will present here momentarily, we have roughly about 39 months within which for certain milestones to be achieved. We're headed into a period of uncertainty where, for example, we have lost revenue on the passport side, but we've also experienced a bump in the retail tax revenue that many of us believe is available only because of the stimulus. As those stimulus funds dry up, we're all forecasting, we have no better crystal ball than anyone else here, that those funding sources can also dry up on us. As we talk about this pandemic, we're looking at contingency planning. We'll be preparing a presentation for you regarding our winter preparedness and the idea that if we had, for example, a COVID outbreak in one of our departments, we would need to have a plan B if it's snowing that day. We're going to need to think about possible emergency contractor standby services for many of the things we do in case we have the inevitable that might happen. We are in uncertain times, and we're proposing that we batten down the hatches, if you will, financially and plan accordingly. So there's a lot of work that once we get the direction from council, we can come back to you and do some scoping and give you a better idea. There's some other work that at the end of the proposal, you'll see some other possible benefits. But this is only the beginning of the conversation. We do have time to talk about this. What I would respectfully urge all of us to pay attention to is that we don't need to allow this money to burn a hole in our pockets. We're receiving it in increments, and we should plan it for the long haul, factoring in a lot of different possibilities that none of us can foresee. Just none of us saw the COVID virus hitting us the way we did. We should also realize that we're by no means out of the woods yet. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Laurel and Mark. Laurel?
All right. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So I just wanted to go. Was this gonna go? Maybe. Okay, so I did just want to review our eligible expenditure categories again, just because as we move into all of the potential projects, I wanted to make sure that everyone was on the same page and that each of you understood how funding could fall into each of these categories and what we could be spending this money on. So under category A, we have COVID-19 or the negative economic impacts. So we're looking at any kind of expense that has already incurred or that we can incur in the future in relation to containing or mitigating COVID. We can help impacted industries and small businesses for operation continuity. And then under category B, we're looking at premium pay. I will say keyword here is eligible workers. So anyone that was able to work from home, that would not qualify under this category. And then we do have the revenue loss category for C. This is a very large category. Really, it's just any direct aid or benefit or service. So a direct service, aid, or benefit to citizens. And it also can be something in relation to public safety for category C. So this is a really broad category. This can be items that were budgeted, and revenue loss can cover that piece. So even if it's budgeted, we can use ARPA to replace that expense. And then the last category is going to be any kind of investment in water, sewer, broadband, and they did add stormwater. And with our stormwater fund and all of the infrastructure needs, this is a category that could be very useful to us as well. All right, so from here, I did want to just go over the broad timeline. So any expense, we have 3 different budget periods. So we have 3 different biennial budgets that this money is potentially could affect. So starting March 3rd of this year, any expense as of March 3rd going forward that's related to COVID does qualify under ARPA. And then as long as the expense is incurred, so as long as it's there or we know, as long as we have a contract in place, anything through 2024 can be incurred. And we do have, so say we ended up holding funding just in case for this, for a project in the future, and we aren't going to be able to get the construction done by 2024. They did allow us to incur the expense by 2024, but we do have to have it expended. So the check has to be cut by 2026. So the money movement is related to the 2026 date. And that does give us more time if we do have some kind of infrastructure project. And so on June 25th of 2021, we did receive the first half of our funding, and then we will receive the second half here. It's going to be exactly a year later is what they said. So we're expecting it June 25th of 2022. So that funding is going to be available to help financial stability if needed for our next biennial budget. And then in theory, some of that money could be spent in the budget after that, but any expenses would have to have been related to that this next biennium. Okay, so the Government Finance Officers Association has provided some guidance for ARPA funds, and they are really stressing that we want to enhance budgetary and financial stability. So we don't just want to spend all of this money right now, because at this point in time, we don't know what the full impact of COVID is going to be. So as of the end of this month, we do still have 39 months to spend this funding. So say we decide we want to spend part of this now for some more immediate issues, we do not have to spend everything. So we can still say, hey, maybe in the future, we've got our eye on a couple projects that we think would be a really great benefit for our community. We can just have that money sitting and waiting if COVID goes away. It's a potential. The other item is they really did note that this funding is really good for critical infrastructure. So we can target those long-term assets. Maybe we have some projects that we've been pushing out that the public is like, hey, we really wanted this road repaved, or the curbs and gutters need some work, and we've been putting this off because COVID, because really almost all cities across the nation, the capital outlay was the first thing to go. They said, hey, NLC, the National League of Cities, is saying that we're expecting to lose 20% of all of our revenue. That's a lot of money. So everyone said, we're freezing any kind of capital outlay improvements. We're just going to hold that funding until we know what's going to happen. So with that, we are proposing to go through our 4-phase funding process, just so that we know how this funding could help us most, and so that we're all on the same page. And then the last point was just with the pandemic's impacts. still in the air at the moment. We do think that we should use this funding for structural balance in our budgets. So we really would recommend not spending everything right now, just in case something did happen. So the city manager had mentioned, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. So say all of our public works people are out because of COVID, and, you know, we need to come up with funding. And if we have less revenue already and we're trying to cut expenses, coming up with additional expenses to pay a contractor while our employees are out with COVID, that could really hit our budget, and it could eat into our reserves. And this funding is here specifically for that, to make sure these kinds of things don't happen. Okay, so as Frank had mentioned, this should look slightly familiar. We are recommending a 4-phase funding model. Right now, we are still in the concept phase. We are coming up with all the different ideas. We've gone through some planning, and then we just are going to move into discussing this with council, and then they can tell us where exactly they are thinking we should be spending this funding, what projects they think we should look into now for more immediate funding. And then also, if, you know, things do work out, are there some projects we want to have our eye on just in case? And so that's where we'll go into the scope phase. So we're going to go in and we're going to get you, we're going to verify, hey, does all of this meet the ARPA grant requirements? Are there any sticky hoops we have to jump through? How much is this really going to cost? Are we going to need additional funding outside of ARPA? Is this something we want to do? And then from there, we'll move into the allocation phase. And that's where we'll really pin everything down. We'll say, this is how long it's going to take. This is all the criteria. And then this is when we expect to put money down for each phase. And then from there, we'll be funding the project once council has approved. And so it'll just be the fund disbursement. So with that, we're going to start moving into some of the projects that staff has reviewed. And I will note that some of these are on the capital facility plan. Anything with a star has been either an expense that was not budgeted that has hit this budget, or it was on the CIP and part of it was not budgeted. So we did have, with the HVAC system, we did have a piece of that. We had a repair we had to make that wasn't technically a part of the CIP, but there is funding in this CIP line for an overall HVAC system. I did note, I think Mike Todd is going to assist here. I will hit with the council chamber AV system retrofit. That is the second bullet here. That is the entire remodeling of our AV system, making sure that whether you are at City Hall or at home, you will be able to hear everyone clearly. You'll be able to see what's going on. And then with that, I think I'm going to hand it over to Director Todd, because he does have a bit more specific information on some of these.
Yeah, thank you, Laurel. So I'm just going to hit each of these. Many of these you've recognized, but I'm going to explain what these are with just a couple of sentences. Like that first one, environmental compliance mandates. It's just general recognition that one of the things that going into this biennial period, back when we started in 2021, we didn't really fully appreciate all the things we had to do for our MS4 system. As Frank is spending some more time on that, and as we're going to get our new person on board here pretty quick, there will be things to do in this arena. So we're just evidencing that while we have money in there for capital projects, we may be looking at other things that help us get back up to snuff on our entire surface stormwater system. She already mentioned the HVAC systems that was in there. We've got some extra repairs that we've done that she mentioned that one. Fire sprinkler system, for instance, we've determined that's eligible. We didn't plan for that. It was 20-something thousand. We've already spent that money, but that's a way you could spend some money quickly if you had to, because it's eligible. It happened after March 3rd. Public Works rolling stock, we've purchased a new truck. We'll introduce that to you soon when it's ready. We're also looking at, do we have an excavator or a loader or other equipment that helps us with our streets infrastructure work that we're going to self-perform rather than contracting out. IT security infrastructure, I'm going to skip that one for a second, turn that over to someone else who knows more. Citywide signage, remember that was in our capital plan a long time ago. We got new signs for the entrances in certain places in the city, but there's other old ones. Maybe during COVID with us being tight with our belt, that's not appropriate to change those. But we have evidence to other places where there's no parking signs you can hardly read. And so maybe we would say, let's put some money into that kind of a repair and installation and replacement kind of project.
And for the IT security and infrastructure, I will say we had some security enhancements that would qualify, potential other security enhancements that could qualify. And then we are considering possible laptops or computers, any kind of broad level IT infrastructure that could end up helping with expenses for IT in later budgets.
What I would add quickly there is with regard to IT security, some aspects of this discussion, we may need to go on executive session for, so that we're not publicly broadcasting the ways in which we're trying to fortify our IT in this new era that we find ourselves in with ransomware and viruses, et cetera. Go ahead.
I will mention on that one of the things, very simple thing, if we find that we have to go remote again, we do not have enough PCs to send everybody home with a PC. And so while Frank may be willing to say, I'll use my own computer at home, that is really not a dependable model. So as simple as buying a few more PCs, not terribly expensive, but this money could very well go to that to prepare us for if we had to start remote work again.
Yes.
Let's go to the next one there, Laurel. There's a lot of dreaming going on about the Dobson Remillard Church Cook property. The planning probably can't be done with this kind of money. It's hard to make that go, but if we had some early ideas in that 2026 deadline, maybe there's some early site preparation that's done. It kind of depends on the time limitations, but that's part of the far out dream that's there. I'll skip over public safety equipment for a second, let somebody else talk about that one. The next three are all about the Mill Creek Boulevard streetscape. We'll talk about that in the next month or so, but some of the planning we've been doing for how would we have some economic development opportunities in the Mill Creek sub area. And that's talking about improving the streetscape just for appearances. That maybe we cut the traffic, eliminate some of the cut through traffic in there so we can improve the intersection at 527 and 164th. Maybe there's a regional stormwater facility that facilitates some new development. You'll hear more about those. But those are potential big projects that could at least get started in this biennium. Next biennium or the one after that would qualify for this money. Next one there is a little cryptic, but we are implementing our GIS system. You've talked about that. We've talked about that before. As you implement that, you will find that when you move from the CAD drawings we have to GIS, everything's close, but not quite there. So you go out in the field and you survey where things are and enhance that data. And then the next step, probably next biennium, would be implementing what's called an asset management system through some software. So investing in that will be the next step. That's not yet budgeted, it's next biennium. Pavement preservation program, there's always more work that could be done, and that would be eligible if we want to enhance the amount of money we've already got on our CIP. Public Works Yard, we have money in the CIP this biennium for a value engineering study, but we do not have explicitly the money for acquiring that yard or constructing that yard. So that's another thing that would be out there in that second the 23-24 kind of biennium. And the last one that Mayor Holtzclaw mentioned earlier, we've got this Spine Road question to deal with. It's a gnarly one, but looking at that, at least acquiring the right of way was in our current budget, but if we wanted to go further or start doing some of those regional stormwater facilities, that's also very much in the category D of infrastructure. That's probably the purest one in terms of that part of the ARPA funding. I skipped over public safety. Someone else can take that one.
Just very briefly, I'll state that There are a number of enhancements that Chief Young has mentioned in the past relating to enhanced strengthening of our glass around City Hall, to fencing both at the back and the front of City Hall, north and south, to connect or to prevent from crossing through the buildings, particularly on evenings where visibility is poor. There's been a number of concerns about individuals that are just standing there when our officers come outside to go to their cruisers. Want to have a better opportunity not only to protect access between the buildings, but to enhance our surveillance capabilities as well. We also want to, we've talked about it, we're working with Director Todd for a bi-directional antenna. I would say enhance, except that it's to establish in many parts of our building the two-way radio communications for our police officers with the radios. We've done a lot of planning and preparation work. We've have an opportunity either to fund this through ARPA or possibly otherwise, but we believe it's a high priority. Other matters that are under consideration, particularly with the events of the last couple of years, is funding possibly for body-worn cameras. This is work that would require our dialogue with our police guild and the leadership. The funding is for the purchase of the cameras. I can tell you from experience, is not the concern as much as the staffing that's required thereafter to provide for chain of custody and other concerns. Our new deputy city manager, formerly the chief fiscal officer for the Seattle Police Department, has already brought his experience to bear on that conversation. But again, these aren't even items that we're beginning to work on as it relates to body-worn cameras at this time. But we know that it's increasingly being regarded as something that is standard equipment in most police departments. So we need to have that important conversation that was started previously a number of months ago under then Deputy Chief Eastman. And possibly even depending on what movements are made, we need to be vague on this, but it may involve purchase of safety equipment for effectuation of a fire contract. That's very conceptual, and we don't really have much specific to talk about. Maybe something that's more appropriate depending on Grant's direction for an executive session. So those are just, again, the higher level 100,000 for public safety equipment.
All right, and so then the last slide I have is other potential qualified uses for community support that council could consider. So there could be past due utility bills that the community needs assistance with, rent, possible business assistance. I will say that while the income assistance grants could be possible, as far as the steps that would be required to verify everything to provide that kind of assistance, it might be difficult, but I am willing to look into that. And then just some other last items, any kind of PPE would qualify if we wanted to do like hand sanitizing stations again, or if we wanted to do masks for the community, shields, that kind of thing. And then we were just going to open it up from here to any kind of suggestions from City Council.
And Michael, that was really the purpose of this agenda item tonight, is to lay out the list the staff has come up with of potential items we could consider. And I think you're looking for some direction tonight from us on items on this list or items not on this list that we may want to talk about using some of this ARPA money for going forward. So that's what the purpose is of the discussion tonight. So that floor is kind of open.
Yeah, so if there's any of these items that you would like us to go ahead and start moving to the scoping phase, so if any of these you would like to get more information on, if you'd let us know, then I will add it to the list and we will start getting information for you.
And in some cases, it's not necessarily moving it onto the scoping, it's getting more information to make a decision if it's a concept that we want to get that level of detail and invest the time of staff to do. So We need to update these names. Councilmember Todd isn't on here anymore, so I think Councilmember Cavallari was first, followed by Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, everyone. Great job. I really like how you identified the big ticket items that are really the white elephants in the room things that we've talked about in previous years. These kind of dreams that we had the money to do something like this. So I like the timing, and I think I've already had several discussions with our city manager and several council members that I love that we're looking to utilize this for the DRCC property, but also for the public works yard that we've outgrown. And so if we could also at some point get an update from conversations with the Silver Lake Water District and the potential purchase of that property. I think that was, something that we've been put aside. We were dealt a death blow when they decided to hang on to it for a bit. So perhaps we can somehow rekindle that romance, if you will. And it would really solve a lot of issues down here as far as crowding at City Hall. Thanks.
Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. Really laid out tangible things we can apply this funding to. Since the ARPA funding's primary purpose is to go toward benefits to our citizens, I would probably prefer to first see items that were in our CIP that were potentially budgeted items that were taxpayer dollars going to be expensed to use the ARPA funding for that first. So maybe we don't necessitate a tax increase or things of that nature. And that can also be a benefit to our citizens. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this excellent presentation. For me, a few things that I would like to see us look at from this list is, first and foremost, I really think we need to take a look at what we had, I believe, in the CIP and upgrading the library HVAC system. They have lots of problems with that. And I think that's something where we could benefit a lot of our residents because that's a very busy library. And also it's something that we already had in our CIP. Also, I had something else. I just lost what it was. Oh, the council chamber AV system retrofit. I think it's really important that we start to look at this so that we can make sure that we are making it easier for the public to engage with us as we move forward into the future. And since we do not know with COVID when things will shut down or when things will open, and also just to enhance the public's access to us as we move into this new century so that everyone can have more available access online or be in here with us. It creates an environment where we're more inclusive and we're more open to the community. So those are two of the things that I really would like to see us make sure that we're taking care of. And all the other things are very good recommendations, and I'm looking forward to our discussion on those.
Councilmember Holtzclaw.
That's you. Yeah, it's me, for the board. So yes, just kind of adding a second to all of those that have already been mentioned. I think they're really good ideas. One thing I hadn't yet heard, but that is on your list, is the IT security and infrastructure. I think that is important. I think some flexibility there is a good idea. And I also think that I would like to see more information about what we would have to see, the kind of scope that we have to deal with to bring us up to speed on full IT security and combating ransomware, et cetera, things like that. Because the things you read in the newspaper get real scary when we're talking about potential losses. So I want to make sure that we are secure there.
Councilmember Steckler.
I'm gonna bring up a number of thoughts here. I have some concerns over the possible misconception or observation that people might have when I see this list. As I see it here in front of me, possible projects to be completed. And the reason why is that I see a list of projects that have been talked about, projects that we have thought about, some projects we've even budgeted, some we have not budgeted, some that we put off, and a lot of projects that relate to the Mill Creek city government. And I think what we've done is we've been very tactical here with how we would use the money first, and I think that's a mistake. I don't want to use the money to buy things we had planned to buy, wanted to buy, now we finally have a chance to buy because we got this gift of this money. I don't want that impression either to go out. I'm saying it's reality. I don't want that impression to go out either. And I certainly don't want to say that we used our ARPA funds to reduce our expenditures. That's definitely one thing I want to make sure we did not use these ARPA funds for, to reduce the Mill Creek city government expenditures. That would be, I think, a misuse of them. Federal government has given us these monies. And I think what we need to do is we need to, before we go into all these particular tactical utilizations of them, we need to talk about, we need to be a little bit more strategic, what we want to accomplish with these funds. What do we want to apply the funds for? We've been given a gift of over $5 million, and we've not seen that before. So we could do something really great. I don't want to say we use that $5 million gift to buy that truck we always wanted, fix that IT. It's, that to me would be, in my own personal opinion, a terrible misuse of it. So, and I'm not saying that's what we're talking about here, but that's kind of the impression that I'm getting. So I think going strategic first and then tactical second would be a better approach. So what do I mean by being strategic? What do we want to do with the funds? That's not specific. I want to spend on this and this. What do we want to see accomplished? What could we do that we've never been able to do before for our city, for our citizens, and for our businesses? You know, if we did all these things on this list, it looks like we're spending the money for the benefit of the city government. And if I was a citizen or business out there, I'd say, what have you done for me with that $5 million bucks? And I want to see what you've done for me and how it can help everyone. I think we need to be strategic on what outcomes we want to achieve, how we serve citizens, how we serve businesses, specifically not the city government. And I think one thing that we're really kind of missing here, let's look at what other cities are doing with our funds. I've seen their rollouts. I've seen Everett. I've seen Montpelier. I've seen Marysville. I've seen other small cities and big cities, but really the small cities are more interesting ones. And what's interesting is I see their applications and they are more strategic than what they talk about. And they do that specifically to put the word out there to say, this is how we want to spend the money. Everett did that. Snohomish County did that. And when they stated, this is how we're going to be utilizing the ARPA funds. And I think what they're trying to see is before they go into any tactical execution like this, is how do people feel about how they're targeting the funds strategically. This is what we want to accomplish with it from an education standpoint, a business standpoint, tourism standpoint. I mean, again, if I was a business in Mill Creek, our retail sales tax revenues are way up, but we all know our brick and mortars are dying out there. The brick and mortars are closing up right now. The big shops that are well, people are buying more, but they're not going out shopping in a little tiny brick and mortar. So what could we do to help them? What can we do to bring in more of that kind of traffic? What can we do, to think about what COVID will be like afterwards? Is $5 million to help something like that happen. So I think I would not support being tactical at this stage. I think wholeheartedly I'm against it. I think we've got to be strategic. We've got to get in a concept of what we want to accomplish with this money. And then when we all agree on that, then we can put tactics to it. Then we say, okay, we all agree that this is conceptually what we want to accomplish with this. Now let's come up with tactics that accomplish that objective. And I think that's what we're missing. So I'm sorry, but I'm kind of, a lot of positive support for this presentation. I'm kind of going a different direction. So that's probably not unusual, but I think we should be going more strategic and tactical at this point. And
I think that's the purpose of this discussion. And I agree with you to an extent. I mean, there's some small items on this list that I think should be seriously considering, like the AV system. We've been talking about that for years, but we haven't found a way to get that into the budget. I guess the way I look at it is, without talking about specific bigger ticket items, is having a discussion of how we can use these funds to leverage or have a multiplier effect in the future. And maybe this is where we agree, John, is, should we be focusing these monies on our efforts to increase economic development, which might lean towards putting the money towards Dobson Remillard, or maybe some investments in Mill Creek Boulevard, or stormwater improvements somewhere that could have a multiplying effect and a leverage, a future benefit on economic development. But that's the point of this discussion, to start having those discussions on how we should be utilizing it. So this was just staff's attempt to come up with a list of projects that we've been talking about that we could consider, and taking a first crack at looking at whether they would qualify under the ARPA guidelines as we understand them today. So that's why we're here.
Yeah, respond. I think that if we decided that conceptually this is what we want to do with the money, and then those ideas fit into those concepts, I'd be supportive of that. But it's like I don't want the fact that it's been an idea and it's been on our radar for a while to be the driver of how we use the $5 million. The driver here is we've been given a gift. What's the best thing we want to do with that $5 million? I have, there's all stories of people that have been given $1 million. Seems like a lot of money, but you can spend $1 million real quick on a whole bunch of little things, and all of a sudden it's all gone. What have you done with your $1 million? I spent a whole bunch of little things. Whereas maybe we could take our 5.5 million, maybe we spend it on one thing, but we do something really great for our city that could affect us for the next 20 or 30 years. Maybe not. I'm saying that's the kind of thinking that's a little bit different than, God, we've always had this desire to do this, but we just can't get it in the budget. Every year it gets cut. And the 5 million is not the reason to do it this year. Maybe if it fits our objectives, but this is truly a gift. It's truly an opportunity for us. And I do think that I'd like to see us devote a brainstorming or a time to talk about, rather than tactics, what we want to accomplish with it, and really help energize that type of a dialogue. Take a look at what some other cities are doing with the money. I think you'd find it fascinating. There's some very interesting approaches to what they're doing with their ARPA funds to help take them into the next century of things.
Maybe we need to get more information on that, because the mayor's meetings I sit in on, all the mayors are struggling trying to figure out how to use the money. So I haven't heard from the mayors that there's anything being implemented yet, because we're all just getting the money now. So
there's a number of cities that have published, not number, I used to follow them. Whenever I find one that has published their COVID plans, their ARPA plans, I've looked them up, and so it's been kind of interesting to see what they've done. And I can say the one off the top of my head is I think is Snohomish County did theirs. I don't know what the other ones are. I want to say M words like Mukilteo or Marysville, but I'm not sure if that's really, but they're out there. There are a number of cities that have done. There's also a lot of cities like us, probably a lot more, that have not come up with any plans for it yet. Probably far more have not that have, but are there any that have, and can we learn from them?
And what would you suggest as our next step? I mean, that's the point of this discussion, to start going. I've heard I haven't heard a practical suggestion of what our next step should be.
If I can make a suggestion, could we do a search of cities, Google search of cities that have announced publicly press releases of their ARPA fund allocation and recommendations for what they're going to use it for, counties and cities, just to get some examples. And then maybe we could have a planning meeting in one of our council sessions coming up real soon to sit down and have that dialogue here of what are strategically the opportunities of what we could do with this money. What could we try to accomplish with So, rather than, pay our expenses that things that we, a whole bunch of things we've always wanted to do, is there conceptually something we want to accomplish with a gift of over $5.8 million? Don't know what it is. I have a whole bunch of ideas in my head, but I think as a group, we should probably dialogue about those, talk about those, and see if there might be something that we as a group could say, we could do something like this. That would be, and when I talk about strategic is not tactical. Strategic is an objective, a vision, but it's not a tactic. These are all tactics. These are specific tactical executions of money. So that would be my suggestion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear what Councilmember Steckler is saying, and I want to point out that there are a few things on here that are big visions that can have a huge impact laid out here for discussion. For instance, the Mill Creek Sudbury Regional Stormwater Facility, and where was it on here? We're redoing the road, the streetscape. We could decide that we want to invest in that now, and that would help bring in more businesses, bring in more foot traffic to our businesses, just by enhancing that area. That is a big, long-term strategic vision. So if redoing an entire streetscape is not a big strategic vision for the city, then I don't really know what is a big strategic vision for the city. So I feel like there are a few of those type of things laid out here for us to consider and to discuss. So there are those options out here if that's the way we want to go.
Councilmember Steckler.
As a rebuttal to that, there are big tactics here on this planet. Big tactics. I'm not saying that. So, thank you. As a rebuttal to that, there are some big tactics on this, big ideas, like you said. But what do they accomplish? For example, upgrade to Mill Creek Boulevard streetscape. If our decision is to provide, I don't know, an enhanced growth area for Mill Creek that provides something, maybe we could use this money to make that happen with the Mill Creek Boulevard streetscape. But the action is the streetscape itself right now doesn't tell me what we would use it for. Just like Dobson Rental, we don't know what we'd use it for. That's one of the other tactics. There's some big stuff on here, but they're not conceptual or strategic or visionary in what we would use the money for. That's the clarity. But I'm not saying that they are not some very big ideas here. I don't want to make that clear. I'm not saying there aren't some very big ideas.
Any other input for tonight, for anyone? Michael, do you think in the next, what do you think here, we have the 5th and the 12th, and then what's the last week, meeting in October? 26th. Do you think in the next couple of weeks, we could do a little bit of investigation as to what other cities and counties have done, so we can have a conversation on the strategies, see if we can get a consensus on what strategies we want to try to employ in allocating these funds?
Yeah, we'd appreciate that extra time, excuse me, especially going into budget season.
Yeah.
We may be able to actually frame this revenue. It may indeed, Councilman Steckler, be tactical, but when we report on revenue shortfalls and the strategies for filling that gap, I think one of the intentions of the ARPA funds were to do precisely that with municipalities. All of us, all municipalities have taken it on the revenue side one way or another because of this virus. So there's a recovery aspect to it, and there's certainly the visioning that I certainly appreciate your comments. So it's really ultimately at the end of the day how council directs us on this. There's a hybrid. We can go out and see what the Joneses are doing. If you could give us about a month to do that, that'll give us a chance to also adjust some priorities with our budget. And maybe we can do a survey of what our partnering agencies have captured. Everett, Snohomish, some of the M's. Mukilteo, Marysville possibly. And let's see what's out there in MRSC or some other surveys through AWC that may have more of this work bubbling up. In the meantime, if we hear something through the mayor's organizations, any of that data, maybe we can put together some sort of a comparative to report into council end of October.
Pencil in 26. John, Paula?
Just a great source would be the Association of Washington Cities. Would be a great source to, I'm sure they would know a lot of the cities that actually published their ARPA plans.
He said AWC.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. he said that.
Okay, I think with that, we will move on to our new business for the evening. Couple, an interlocal and an MOU.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll first start with the interlocal agreement relating to our school resource officer positions. Chief Young.
Hey, good evening. Thanks, City Manager. And good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. The Mill Creek Police Department, as you know, has enjoyed a strong partnership with the Everett School District for the past several years. We currently have 2 officers serving as school resource officers at Jackson High School and Heatherwood Middle School, respectively. The police department is respectfully requesting council approval to enter into a 1-year interlocal agreement with the Everett School District so that we can continue building community. And that's all I have. With that, I'll take any questions you may have about the SRO program.
Questions? What action are you looking for from us tonight, Chief?
Just to allow the city manager to enter into the contract with the Everett School District.
I'd like to make a motion that we allow the city manager to enter into an agreement with the Everett School District for the purpose of providing an additional resource officer. Second.
Motion and a second to approve the MOU. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Cavalieri?
Just a quick discussion, Chief. Does this change any of the original agreement?
The main change to this, Councilmember Cavalieri, is that with House Bill 1214, we can only enter into 1-year agreements. Previously, we were entering into multi-year agreements, but this one, all it really does, this is more or less a renewal rather than something brand new. The only change there, again, is the 1-year thing.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And anyone abstain? Motion carries 7-0. On to item F, or H, sorry, memorandum of understanding.
Yes, sir. Let me get a screen pulled up here for you. All right.
Mayor, I'd like to preface this with Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city of Mill Creek leadership and community members. At the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of agencies around this area, including the city of Mill Creek police officers, have experienced the challenge of retention. The mainly do attribute to retirements or just officers transferring out. Late this May, we did start a recruitment process to fill a number of vacancies, searching for both entry level and lateral officers. It was a challenging time. We didn't have a lot of success, and which brings us to now an urgency to focus on laterals that have that experience at the same time provide hiring incentives, given the competitive marketplace in our neighboring agencies. Recently, after negotiating with, in good faith with our guild, an MOU, providing hiring incentives for laterals, the guild is waiting its right to bargain in terms of that MOU. So what we're doing here now is requesting City Council's approval to authorize our city manager to execute the MOU between the City of Mill Creek and Police Guild. Before we do that, I'd like to bring us over to the chief. He'll provide a presentation supporting our need to include those hiring incentives in our lateral recruitment process, which will cover what our recruitment efforts have been over the past few months, the landscape, kind of our candidate responses. It will also cover the advantages of hiring lateral recruits, both from an operational and cost perspective. Our recruitment challenges, what our potential candidates see and what they consider when they're looking for new policing opportunities. And finally, an update on our hiring process, as we have been working with Civil Service Commission and our PD to bring on new entry candidates. Chief, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. So members of council, as we talk about this, one of the things we want to really highlight is the fact that we have been engaging in a lot of different recruiting efforts, both through the National Testing Network and public safety testing. We have been really efforting to recruit lateral or certified police officers and have not had any success, which we'll come to in some other slides. But I want to point out that one of the reasons that we're having some difficulty is that we are one of the only cities around here that is not offering some sort of an incentive. And if you look down, you're seeing that Marysville and Everett are offering 20,000, while Linwood and Mukilteo are offering 15. Lake Stevens, Lake Forest Park are offering 10. And I was just told earlier that it is highly likely that the city of Linwood has upped their incentive for laterals to about 20,000. So times are tough all over as far as the talent pool goes. So we're working as hard as we can to do that. One of the things I want to show you here, this is our NTN dashboard where we have no lateral candidates, unfortunately. Might be a little bit difficult to see, but down here, again, no lateral candidates.
Chief, we're not seeing changes on the screen. We're still seeing recruitment challenges.
Oh, my apologies. Are we? Okay, can you see that now, or are we still having technical difficulties?
We're still on recruitment, Chief.
Okay, I am not sure what is going on here. Well, let me stop the share and let me try this one more time. Okay, now we're really having some problems here.
I can share it. Hold on one second.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Okay, maybe we could put some of that money towards IT, okay?
Sounding strategic.
Thanks for your patience.
So Naomi, where you need to click with Chief Young's prompting.
We were at slide 4, Naomi.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, so down at the bottom on the left side, you'll be able to see that we have 0 results there too. So one of the things we're hoping to do is be able to offer some sort of lateral incentives to attract those people that have had some experience and are going to be able to contribute a lot to our agency. Can you go to the next one, Naomi? So here's the good news. We do have, for entry-level candidates, we have, somewhere around 173 people that are interested in becoming police officers. One of the things I want to point out here, though, is that when we hire an entry-level person, we're looking at probably the greater part of a year before we can actually get them on the street and have them being an effective solo capable officer. So these numbers are, as of yesterday, right around 3 p.m. So we may have had another 1 or 2 in there today, but we're not really sure. But again, some of the benefits to having a lateral officer are going to be discussed in the next slide. If you could advance that for me, Naomi, please. So again, these are just some of the advantages of having a lateral or a certified police officer. And what we're talking about with a certified police officer is a person who's gone through the basic law enforcement academy and holds a certificate. A lateral officer is somebody who has, more than 1 year of experience working as a police officer in an agency. So when we are trying to attract these individuals, what they're going to be able to do is we can hire them, say today, for example, and they could be on the street in our training program by Monday. And it's going to be a much quicker process from the time that we are able to hire them to get them out on the street and being productive. One of the things that we have to really note too is that there's typically about a 40% washout rate in the academy. So we, if we go down this road of hiring laterals or certified police officers, then we're going to take that 40% and whittle it down a little bit more. I mean, granted, they still have to go through our training program, but it's just going to be a whole lot quicker for us and have a less margin for error in terms of washing out of the academy. So we are looking for some cost savings, because when we put somebody through the academy, it's going to cost us somewhere around $15,000 or more to put them up, because we have to pay for the academy, we have the equipment, and then we have to potentially pay for lodging and expenses while they're at the academy in Burien. We do have the potential of attracting some out-of-state laterals, which only requires the 2-week equivalency academy, which I had to do myself coming from Arizona. Naomi, can you go to the next slide, please? All right, so here's some of our challenges here. Again, this is a very candidate-friendly environment right now, because every agency is looking for personnel. There are a lot of different things where we're competing with every other agency in the state and within just the Pacific Northwest region. Some of the other challenges are the new legislation. You've heard us talk about it before. You've seen some of the different news articles with regard to the limitations on what we can and cannot do, and also the defunding and anti-police climate. So we are seeing across the nation a decrease in the amount of people who want to come into the law enforcement profession, unfortunately. When we talk about concerns of adverse action, we're talking about the possibility of being prosecuted criminally. We've seen a number of officers, including a few up in the state of Washington, that have been criminally prosecuted. There's one specific one in Tacoma that I'm thinking of. So we are definitely trying to keep our response times and maintain our quality of service. We are just in desperate need of personnel, and we have multiple openings right now. So we've got to be able to start filling those vacancies. In addition to that, our officers are working just numbers of hours of overtime. We also have an increased workload and calls for service. So as we lose staff and we keep having the calls for service that we do, there's just a lot that we have to do with that. And then of course, again, this is also something that has been changing over time. The complexity of the issues and resolving the matter is very important. We have to apply the crisis intervention techniques, effective communication, and now in light of the recent legislation, we have to take more time to be able to effectively respond to certain calls that we go to. And then of course, it's critical that we provide growth and development opportunities, because one of the big things that affects retention is the fact that people need to be able to grow, develop, and exercise their skills, newly acquired skills, and be able to have the freedom and flexibility to be able to learn more and do more. So these are just some of the challenges that we're facing. Naomi, can you go to the next slide, please? So the post that you're seeing down at the bottom right, that was the very first post that we put out there on LinkedIn around the end of May of this year. We had about 680 views of that post. Our PIO, Corporal Ian Durkee, also put out several other posts, and Christian Rasmussen also helped us put out some other social media posts. And I think Finance Director Gimzo also did put something out on LinkedIn. But we're using a variety of platforms to be able to get the message out so that we can attract as many people as possible. And Naomi, can you go to the next one? Okay, so just a quick update for you. On September 8th, we interviewed 7 entry-level candidates, and we're waiting to certify that with the Civil Service Commission. The panel was comprised of 4 different police officers, including one that is a Bothell Police Department sergeant. So once we get this list certified by the Civil Service Commission, we will move forward with the hiring process and continue recruiting for lateral and certified officers. And Naomi, can you go to the next one, please? And with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Councilmember Cavallari.
Thank you, Mayor.
Actually, before you go, I'm not seeing the copy of the MOU that we're being asked to adopt. I see the resolution in my packet is 2 pages, but I don't see the MOU itself with references attached. Did anyone else see it?
Trying to figure out what the ask was.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out exactly what we're being asked to approve.
So Mayor, are you needing the full police guild collective bargaining agreement?
We're being asked to authorize the city manager to approve a resolution that references an attached MOU.
It's my understanding that our city attorney drafted the resolution.
Yeah,
I apologize, I'm not sure.
that's what we're trying. I think we're all having the same question.
Okay, print some copies.
Incentives, we're trying to understand what the scope of the incentives are.
Can you give us a snapshot, chief, of what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, what we're looking to do is potentially offer somewhere around $15,000. And this is a conversation that's been going on with the city manager and the finance director for about the last several months. So we're kind of at the culmination point of trying to get some incentives out there so that we can recruit as many people as we can. So, I'm sorry, can I say it again, sir?
The agreement you have with the guild, is there a specific amount, or are you asking us to come up with a number? Can make it.
We have proposed, we're proposing $10,000 to be paid in 2 installments. The recommended language that we provided was for the first payment to occur upon the completion of the training program, and then the second one to occur on the completion of probation. I think the draft format that you have in front of you has some different language, but that's what we're looking for, is around $10,000.
10,000 twice?
No, 5,000 and then 5,000.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to make a small, yeah, the 10,000 was the first 5,000 would be offered based on the FAO, the hiring, and the second would be upon completion of the PTO.
The probation.
The patrol training
Field
officer program.
Councilmember Cavalieri.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Chief, for that presentation. I have a couple of questions. We'll maybe go over one at a time. First one being, so let's just talk about the handicaps we have that I don't think the public truly understands when it comes to recruiting laterals. If we're proposing 10,000 and other cities right next to us are paying 20, 25 in these bidding wars, one of the pieces that are missing is that these bigger cities offer a lot more opportunity for advancement through the ranks and a lot more opportunities on the department. So it's difficult because we're all chasing the same officer right now. Everybody is looking for that lateral. It's not an exclusive club. And a lot of it is mandate driven. It's going to dovetail well into what I have to say. So the second question I would ask is what would it look like if the city of Mill Creek lost 20 to 30% of its police force?
Well, to answer your question, Councilman Cavalieri, it would be decreased response times. We would have to prioritize what we're going to respond to. We would be placed on what we refer to as level 2, which means we give an alert notification to Snow 911, which indicates that we are only responding to violent in progress calls. There will be no traffic enforcement. We would have to get with the Everett School District and talk to them about what can we do with regard to our SROs. We might have to pull our school resource officers back to handle just the basic patrol function. At the current time, we're struggling just to staff patrol right as it is. So there's a lot of potential problems that could come from this and that we're currently experiencing. So we're trying to come up with creative solutions to chase that same body, as you referred to, sir. I don't want to think about if we lose any more officers. That would be devastating for this police department.
Thank you, Chief. And I appreciate your candor in your request and your ask. So a couple things more is I would certainly be willing to approve and maybe have the council talk about at least matching the sister cities of 20,000 as a sign-on bonus. And I'm not looking to spend extra money, but it seems like we're trying to buy a suit with half the money, and we're just never going to get there. So I appreciate you using really intelligent language in your briefing, because a lot of it comes down to what we're talking about with what you talked about, the defunding the police rhetoric and young people not wanting to become police officers, and the domino effect that has come here. And now it's affecting a city our size that cannot afford to lose 5% of its police force, let alone 15, 20, or 25, 30. So thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's going to dovetail well into what I have to say next. Thank you, Chief. And I fully support the resolution. I would support doubling it to 20,000 if council's open to it. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. I support the 10,000. There's a lot of moving pieces here as to why this problem. And I think it's going to take a year or two to really wrap our heads around it. The laterals that I know, the folks that are fleeing this occupation of law enforcement are going to states like Florida and Texas. They're not looking at Seattle and watching the news of the last year and a half of what Seattle was doing. And Seattle's just the poster child for the state of Washington. So when people in Arizona, your colleagues, and they're watching the news and seeing, they're not filming Mill Creek. They're not seeing the pro law enforcement community that won't tolerate misconduct, but otherwise definitely supports their police department. They're just seeing Seattle. They're seeing the CHOP. They're seeing people trying to lock officers in a precinct and burn it down, and then not being held accountable. And they're thinking, why would I go to that state? And now we're passing laws. You talk about traffic enforcement. I'm not sure why any of our guys would do any traffic enforcement, because any citizen right now can just put his foot to the gas and dip on out, and we have to watch him drive away. The only people that we're going to be interacting with are law-abiding folks who see those lights and pull over and do the right thing. And I wouldn't want us out there writing tickets to those people when all they have to do, it's the incentive would be if you pull over, you get a ticket, and if you run, you get nothing. Unless the case can be made, and that can be very challenging. You have once the person's gone and not contact the car. So hopefully our department will show tremendous leniency to the law-abiding people who comply with the law and act appropriately. On that tangent, every entry level, every whiz-bang high-speed lateral was an entry level at one point. So there's value in entry levels. But to build on your compelling argument for the value of laterals, I would also argue that you don't know what someone's going to do in the uniform, in the car, with the authority until they've had 2, 3, 4, 5 years in that position. And you have a much better vetted individual, a 25-year-old who's been 5 years as a police officer and is now 30, you have when you do the background to find out what kind of individual that person is, hopefully in that 5-year window, they've shown their true colors. If there's any, if for some reason they were a bad hire, we can avoid bringing on that problem child to our department. Whereas an entry level, you really just don't know. You do your best. And again, every one of these laterals was an entry level at some point. There's a lot of great people that are entry level, obviously. But I see value in picking up somebody who's got 4 or 5 years under their belt and has sort of proven that they can handle the authority appropriately and not disrespect the department and the citizens that trust them. So I support this.
Councilmember Stackler.
I support it as well, but I have a couple of thoughts that I wanted to address. One was you talked about $10,000 sign-on bonus, and I at the beginning of your presentation, I don't know if people see the screens, but I heard you mention that other cities were paying anywhere from like $10,000 to $20,000, if I heard you correctly. Like Forest Park, I heard another city, I heard 10,000. Then I heard some like Linwood just got kicked up to 20,000. And then I also heard you say that an entry level cost for an entry level is about $15,000 for the academy and equipment, that type of thing. And then I'm sure you probably have a washout factor as well, that not 100% of your academy cadets make it through. And so then you've got money being spent there, which they may not ever make it onto the force. So I don't necessarily, I'm a little concerned about going to $20,000 and supporting Councilman Cavallari on that, because that is a kind of high end from what I hear. But I'm also a little concerned at staying at $10,000 because we are at a particular point in time where finding police officers is very difficult, and in hiring is very difficult. So I think we need to recognize that. I would wholeheartedly support a $10,000 signing bonus, but I would also ask that the council consider for a period of time, at least till we get to a fully staffed level, maybe increasing that to 15,000. Because from an expense standpoint, for me, if I'm going to spend $15,000 on an entry level position, that might wash out anyway. I don't know if it's 50% washout or 10% washout or 40% wash. Okay, so we got a lot of expense going there. I wouldn't have any problem going to 15,000 to at least till we got, maybe right now we've got a high, sometimes when I was in a hiring situation, the signing bonuses went up until we got to a staffing level, then it went back to a standard level. So I do like the $10,000, but I think it would be a good idea to maybe pick it up to 15,000 to let us get staff either with an entry level and experienced individuals, because our police department is an asset of Mill Creek that we do not want to have problems with. So I wholeheartedly support that. One thing you didn't mention was if I'm a senior level individual, I just heard Councilmember Bond talking about, well, you guys have been 5 years. What is your experience level? Do you have to be to qualify as a senior level experienced officer? Is it, do you have to be a police officer for 12 months? Do you have to be a police officer for 24 months? I'm sure you have a certain minimum experience level threshold that you have to hit. I just was kind of curious what that is.
The recommendation that I made was for a minimum of 1 year of experience, but we're also looking for some more people. I don't have the actual CBA language in front of me. City Attorney, if you can help out with that, that'd be great. I just don't have it right in front of me to be able to answer that question for Councilmember Steckler.
If I might ask the indulgence of all the council, I'm going to apologize right now. There are a number of things missing in these attachments of the agenda summary. The city attorney has drafted a resolution, and we have a copy of the MOU. I'm sensitive to the time, and what I'm going to ask is everyone's indulgence, and I want to apologize to the Police Guild Union as well, both President Mack and Vice President Smith. We are not prepared tonight, and I want to own responsibility for it. So I'm going to ask that we postpone this agenda item until next Tuesday, and we'll proceed accordingly.
Well, I've got Christmas lights up, so let's finish getting everyone's comments. Before we do that, we still got a bunch on the agenda, so can we have a motion to extend the 10 o'clock? I'm not saying we're going to need it, but trying to avoid having to come back.
Motion to extend the regular meeting to 10 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone abstain? The meeting is so extended. Before I get to the 3 lights that are on, how many positions are we trying to fill?
Chief? We're looking for about 5 positions, sir.
And the reason I ask is, I don't want us to be having this discussion a month from now because we settled on a number and we come back to find out it's not enough. Would a better approach to be to come up with a total dollar amount and leave it to the discretion of the city manager and the police chief to determine what is the appropriate signing bonus? So maybe I'll let people when they get to their comments respond to that, but I want to throw that out. Maybe we agree to approve 120,000, and if you guys need 10,000 per grade, if you need 15, but we have an overall budget number that way. That would be my suggestion. So going back to the order of the lights, I believe I had Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Morgan, and then Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, my question kind of ties into Councilmember Cavallari's, but I was curious how we came up with 10,000 if you're saying that there are other precincts that are actually giving up to 20,000.
To the chair, I might tell you that I came up with that 10,000 Mayor Pro Tem Big now. I do believe that the city of Mill Creek is a very attractive place for a lateral officer to come to work. And what we wanted to do is start with that lower number and see what we were able to recruit. Chief Young had made a recommendation for a larger dollar amount. But I'm trying to proceed in a conservative manner to see what the market will bear with a $10,000 incentive.
Thank you. City Manager, I think from my perspective, we have 5 positions that we have been trying to hire. And public safety is extremely important to our city. And also the welfare of our employees is extremely important. And we need to be making sure that we have these positions fully staffed, that we've already budgeted, so that our officers feel that they're supported and they have the workers there to help them to make sure that they're not overworked and they're not too tired. We don't want our officers exhausted on the streets. So I am in favor of treating them equitably. I feel that that's what we owe our officers. And if other cities are actually giving $20,000 to recruit, then I feel I would support what Councilmember Cavallari said and offering up to $20,000 to entice them to come. I feel that's only fair, and that we need to be being equitable in the market if we are going to actually bring in good cops. So we want good top cops, so we need to be equitable with the rest of the region. Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to piggyback what Mayor Pro Tem was just mentioning. We do want the best of the best when we're able to get them, and sometimes that comes at a more expensive price tag. So I would be willing, like the mayor stated, to create a pool. 120,000 might be a little high, but at least it gives you wiggle room as the market may change, so you can get the best talent available. So I definitely support this. In regards to what Councilmember Steckler was mentioning in terms of expense, could you elaborate a little bit on the difference between hiring an entry-level individual, academy costs, salary costs during their time until they hit the street, compared to a lateral hire?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Morgan. So the difference between an entry level and a lateral is that when we hire that lateral, we're already encumbering their salary. So whatever step they're coming in at. So let's just say, for the sake of discussion, they're at a step 3 with their department. We bring them in at a step 3 for the equitable transition into our department. So I'd have to defer to Finance Director Gimzo on what the exact numbers would be. But with an entry level person, we're sending them to the academies, which means we're paying them at, say, step 1 while they're in the academy the whole time. So really our return on spending investment comes with hiring the laterals, because those guys have already been through the training. They've already been certified. So again, the entry level candidate, we're going to be spending money that may not actually come to fruition for us, where we may not actually get that return. So I'm estimating about $15,000 just to send them through the academy and to equip them and potentially lodge them. I didn't factor in their salaries there. But so the cost would be significantly higher if we factor in the salary and all the benefits to go into it as well. And unfortunately, Councilman, I just don't know the exact number off the top of my head what that would be.
Thank you for that answer, because that elaborated exactly what I was thinking there, that the cost is going to be tremendously more before you get those boots on the ground. And as a result, I am definitely in favor. A little bit of a hiring incentive goes a long way to getting the best talent faster. So let's rock and roll.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mayor. So since we're going to revisit this, I would suggest a couple things. One, Chief, maybe you consider, do you have enough discretion if you get a 10-year lateral from in county, and can you bring them in at top step? Do you have to bring them in at that lower step? That's a carrot as well, right? Because that's money every month, and for them to pay their bills and whatnot, to live, to offset whatever costs, they're giving up vacation and other things to come over to us. They're giving up seniority, but maybe we can minimize the amount of money that they're offering. This is a desirable place to work, and I think if we can get these numbers right, we will see an improvement here. If we decided to go, I personally am in favor of following staff recommendation and then seeing where we are in 6 months or 12 months and revisiting. But if we decide, if there's a decision to make this a 20,000 thing, I would personally, if I was in charge, would say 5 years at least 2, or maybe have some wiggle room that says, look, if you're a 5-year or more lateral, we recognize you're bringing more to the table. This is your compensation. If you're under 5 years, we're still going to give you something because we're not sending you to the academy. We're getting a benefit, but it's scaled down a little. I don't want to overcomplicate this, but since we're going to take another week, I'm just kicking around a few ideas. So what do you have enough flexibility in the STEP program as to where you bring laterals in based on the quality of that applicant that you can make the move enough of an incentive that they want to jump on it? I'm sure you have laterals reaching out and connecting the dots and go, okay, that doesn't work for me, or it does. The other fear I have, and maybe this is just crazy, but what do we do when Everett and Linwood go, okay, I'll make it 25. Oh, 25, let's make it 30. Do I hear 50? Who'll go 50? You know, I mean, this game, we don't have the pockets to, you know, to necessarily try and compete with Everett and Linwood, and wait for Seattle when they finally get their head out of their tush and decide they need to find a way to hire the 300 some people they've lost that they don't even want to talk about. And they decide, yeah, we're not only gonna not defund because that didn't work, we got to start really pouring some heavy money into it. But we're not gonna be able to compete with them. We can't compete with their salaries. Their Seattle salaries are significantly more than most of the Snohomish County agencies. At least we're fairly competitive in salary. And if we're not, you know, I wouldn't mind even hearing where we're at salary wise to make sure that we are competitive. I think for me, if I was looking to lateral a few $1,000, 10,000, 20, that's nice. It certainly could go a long way to helping my quality of life. But what's that monthly paycheck? What's that annual salary? How does that compare to where I'm going to and who else is trying to hire me? And I think I'd like to make sure, I believe we historically have made vast improvements and are pretty competitive there countywide, but I haven't looked at it in the last 3 or 4 years to confirm that we've maintained that as relative to what those other agencies may be doing. I know Marysville and Monroe have improved their salary package and compensation. And I look at them as agencies that we would be competing with. We have significantly passed up the sheriff's office. So we don't need to worry about them stealing our people anymore. They don't pay nearly enough.
Can I jump in with some numbers?
Well, let's bring that back next week when we're going to be subsequently considering it, if you could, because I'd like to get that information out put together with the MOU so everyone can see all the information. And that's, we were handed a copy of the MOU that was supposed to be presented to us tonight. I think it's important for the public to understand that these bonuses that are being discussed with the union would be in the form of forgivable loans. So there's a proposed repayment structure. So if the lateral came and then decided to leave within a certain amount of time, they may have an obligation to pay back a certain percentage of the bonus depending on how long they were here. So, Councilmember Steckler.
That was a quick question I had on the forgivable loan. I just saw the paperwork here. Is that consistent with other police departments signing bonuses?
That's a good question.
Grant?
Yes, that has been used by other departments.
24 months?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's not an excessive rate of what you can get at another police department.
And when I made my suggestion earlier, right, we didn't have the MOU in front of us, so I see that what is being presented to us tonight is something that's been negotiated with the guild. And they've waived the right to collectively bargain that. So let me talk on Thursday with the city manager and the police chief to see if there is another option to consider here, that we have something specific that's been put forward. So we'll discuss that on Thursday to see if there's something we can bring forward or not.
Thank you. And if there's a desire by council that we would increase that bonus, I think that
City manager is muted.
Your sound is off, sir.
Everyone is muted.
I think it may be the entire chamber.
Oh,
Can you hear us now?
Testing, testing.
yes, okay, that's
Okay.
better.
So for the sake of the record, Mayor, I'd like to just repeat that what I'm hearing. If what I'm hearing from council is to increase. Keep that muted. My volume is down.
Anyone change the
Testing.
settings on their?
Testing. Okay, we'll try it one more time. It says now I'm muted again, but Madam Clerk, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, I just want to repeat that what I'm hearing from council is to possibly increase the range of the incentives up to 20,000. We'd like to have an opportunity to rewrite the MOU so that we can capture certain years of experience and key it in with graduated levels of bonus so that we can maybe attract the most experienced officers with the largest incentive. So with that said, I want to again apologize that you don't have the resolution in front of you, which I know that our city attorney worked hard to get done in real time. And we'll improve. We'll do better next week. And I believe that President Mack and Vice President Smith will also agree that this week will be well spent because we're going to be increasing the incentive range up to $20,000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to, where are we? Item I, proposed new initiatives. So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Cavallari to introduce his resolution, spend a few minutes speaking to it, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in and listening to what I have to say here tonight. Before I get too far off down the road, I want to start with the notion that every employee has the right to come to work and feel safe. Every employee has the right to come to a job where uncertainty, whether he's going to have one or not, is not dependent on who his boss is or who his bosses are. So I want some clarity here. I don't want to have any misconceptions of what we're doing here, or what this resolution is about. First, this resolution is not about the merits of COVID vaccines or any vaccines in general. The resolution is not about whether the vaccine is good or bad, right or wrong, you should or you shouldn't. That's a personal choice. This is about protecting those in the workplace that are asking to be protected. It's about the autonomy of an individual's body that shouldn't be coerced just to keep their job. We as the council have agreed publicly on several occasions that we do not want to get to the vaccine mandate business, but sadly, you're going to get pushed into it. We are going to get pushed into it one way or the other. This resolution would get us out ahead. It simply creates a barrier of protection. It also makes clear the city's clear their intent to protect civil liberties of all its people, whether it's the Fed, whether it's the state, or it's the county. Someone's going to inject themselves into the city's business. This is the essence of why we're here, to protect our most valuable asset, our employees. Also, to let potential employees, such as police officers or laterals, as we spoke of tonight, to know that they won't be excluded in the process at some point. That's a factor, I assure you. We will not be restricting access to public buildings or venues based on a citizen status. It's simply repugnant. When I sat drafting this resolution, I began to reflect on the current climate, both in our nation and in our community. I was saddened at the conduct of many across the nation, but is even more saddened at the lack of passion or desire from elected officials to create safety measures and mechanisms for their employees. Many of the people in their employ are rightfully worried that either their religious beliefs, their medical beliefs, or their personal beliefs will be taken away and they will not be allowed to decide for themselves. It's something we should all worry about. The fate of being able to make a living or feed your family should never hinge on elected officials. America, the land of the free, has become the land of the mandate and the land of the proclamation. And I'm going to touch on this real quick because I think it's important. Many of us, myself included, have grown up in a pro-choice society and in an era where medical protections and informations, they're steeped in protections, whether it's privacy rights, privacy acts, or HIPAA. I grew up in the 60s and 70s. Fortunately, I was able to see segregation and discrimination front and center. There are times having a wife and children who are people of color that I witnessed this up close and personal. I've also been blessed, however, to see the best in people and how far we've come as a nation. This is, after all, the good old US today. Sadly, it seems every generation, intolerance and bigotry seem to rear their ugly heads on the unsuspecting populace. 2021 is an exception, though. I don't think I've ever seen anything on this scale in my life. And I recently heard another writer call it a medical apartheid. I happen to agree. Simply look at our archives. You'll see things like separate drinking fountains for people, different areas of the bus that they're allowed to ride on, specific sections of restaurants or bathrooms where people are excluded simply based on skin color, ethnicity, religion, or creed. To really understand the severity of the slippery slope that exists, you must be bold enough to have this conversation in public. I assure you there's nothing tribalistic about it. Segregation and discrimination, they do not happen all at once. It's death by 1,000 cuts. We can also recount the history books and see the worst in people. In 1930s Germany, you had the German government made 1,448 proclamations and decrees excluding an entire class of people from its political, economic, and cultural life.
Nancy told me 4 or 5 minutes and 5 minutes.
I can give you 2 more minutes. Let me finish. Which brings us to present day. I'm not going to disclose the employees that have come forward. I don't think that's appropriate. I think they have a right to be worried though. But it is the rationale for tonight's resolution. America might be divided, but the executive branch of a city has a duty to do everything possible to protect its people. A duty to have these uncomfortable conversations in public, because it may cause some strife, is not a good enough reason to shy away from responsibility. I'm going to skip over giving the definition of segregation for time, but no matter what side of the spectrum that you're on, whether you're for or against, the choice should always remain with the individual, without duress. Our Constitution goes to great lengths, many times over, to remind us of the autonomy each of us have that our birthrights have given us. Supreme Court has ruled and affirmed those time and time again. The core foundation of an elected or appointed leader is to have the character and stand up and have these indelicate conversations. Show the people why you deserve to be up here on the dais, making decisions and having these dialogues. 27 states in our republic have banned the idea of vaccine passports, laws, or mandates. Several cities in Washington have done the same. I assure you there's nothing partisan about protecting an employee's rights. It's simply the right thing to do. And lastly, I just heard the chief give a passionate plea to try and petition because they're hemorrhaging people. They just don't have enough bodies to fill the void. How do we look our people in the eye especially frontline workers, first responders. And at some point, the decision is going to be taken out of our hands. How do we tell them that we're going to lay them off because they refuse to do something? We realize you've been doing this job all along. We called you heroes. We talked about getting you some frontline pay, all that stuff. Doesn't matter, you still gotta go. I can't square that with the House. So I urge you to support this resolution I'm about to make tonight. And I'm happy to answer questions. And this is the appropriate venue to have this conversation. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Yes, Mayor, that'll be the motion to approve the resolution as stated.
Okay, the motion on the table, there needs to be a second before we have any discussion. Is there a second to the motion to pass this resolution?
Seconded.
Okay, with that, we'll open the floor to discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Have a lot of thoughts. I'm not alone. I have quite a few thoughts, and I do not think that it is enriching to our residents for us to get up here and have such divisive rhetoric and talking. And I did hear what Sean Paddock had to say tonight, and I agree with him. It is extremely frustrating that we are sitting here and that this, in the name of this resolution, we just brought up about, compared this to what the German government did. Yes, you did. You brought up what the German government did.
Please don't move.
This is extremely offensive. And one of my best friends lost her entire family in the Holocaust. Only her grandma got out. So this is extremely offensive. I was just going to try to motion to table this tonight, but I guess here we are. This motion, this resolution does not do all those things that you mentioned. This resolution starts off with a bunch of opinions and things that the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, for instance, has already said that a person that it is not an intrusion to and affirm that the employers can confirm vaccination status. The president and the governor have already set forth their rules and laws on this, and that's where we have to abide by those. We will lose any lawsuit where we try to not listen to the president and the governor. Furthermore, our businesses are coming to us. We are in a situation where our businesses are hurting, and they are doing everything they can to stay open. And this is calling them out for demanding that someone has a vaccine, or for, they have to be open. If we are going to have a strong economy and keep this city running, our businesses have to be able to demand of people coming in what they feel that they need to do. And it is not our place to tell them that they can't do what they need to be open. They are required to protect their employees and protect the people coming in to purchase goods and services. And our community at large is in favor of vaccines and in favor of these measures, which is why our most popular businesses are enforcing these. I cannot get up here and support this, knowing that our small business owners are out here hurting, and they are begging us to stand with them to protect their businesses and protect them to ask these and enforce these rules. And it's not our place to be in this. That is up to our businesses to make this decision. So I cannot be in favor of this. We need to support our businesses. They're asking our leadership to stand up and support them and be with them. And all this does is place more division in our city when we need to be encouraging those in our city to not be attacking our businesses for upholding safety measures. And we need to be encouraging them to look at the brighter side, their higher side, and be nice and compassionate and have empathy for everyone in our city, because that's what Mill Creek is. And that's what we stand for, is treating each other with compassion and empathy. And if a business feels they need to have require a vaccine or have safety measures, then they should be allowed to do that. And if you don't like it, then you go somewhere else. That's the way this works. And then if you do like it, then you go there. And so with all that said, then I am not in favor of passing this resolution. I feel that it hurts our businesses. Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to ask the city attorney for a little guidance here. Does this resolution prohibit local businesses from asking for any type of passport or proof of vaccination?
Can you hear me now, Councilmember Morgan?
Yes.
Could you just restate your question really briefly? I'm sorry.
Sure. Does this resolution prohibit our local businesses from asking their clientele for proof of vaccination?
This does not, Councilmember Morgan, in the resolution that was in the agenda does not do that. I think a prior version of it discouraged it, but this resolution does not contain that.
Okay, so this resolution is only for city matters, city hall, city events, things of that nature.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I also feel deeply for our businesses, and I believe they need to make their own decisions on what they think is best for their business. But when it comes to the public, when it comes to the city, that's a different situation. We can't prohibit our citizens from being able to enter City Hall. We can't have our city employees who have made a decision not to get the vaccine be fearful of their jobs. That's not fair for them. So I'm in favor of this, not from the business standpoint. They need to be able to do what is right for their business, but City Hall should not prohibit its citizens and its employees from making their own decisions.
Councilmember Bond, I thought I saw you were lighting up.
Well, I guess maybe a question for Grant or the city manager. Is staff required to get vaccinated or show proof of vaccination to retain their employment?
No.
Or is there some reason to believe that you're going to do that?
I have no intention of doing it unless directed by council.
If the governor of this state was to do something and would mandate it, does this memorandum supersede his direction?
It can't.
Thank you. I guess a question for Councilmember Cavallari, who I have tremendous respect for and appreciate your heart on this. I'm trying to keep an open mind. You said at some point the situation is going to be taken out of our hands. And just curious as to how you see the memorandum which would change that in our favor.
Before we get to a question and answer thing, I'll let Vince, you can answer that when we get back to you. I want to make sure everyone's had an opportunity to say something if they want to. Councilmember Steckler.
There is no doubt that this is a emotionally charged issue. And it's also a personal issue. So let's get that up on the dice too. First, I want to say, when I first saw this, I had a natural rejection of it because of my personal feelings about COVID and wanting everyone to get vaccinated and wanting this darn thing over so bad. But I also wanted to make sure that I understood the reasoning why Councilman Cavallari felt so passionate about this. So I think it's important to also, even when you disagree with something, understand the reasoning behind why somebody's doing what they're doing. And I think I do understand that, if I understand this correctly from Councilman Cavallari, pardon me, I should say it that way, that his concern is employees feeling that they have to get vaccinated or show their personal medical information that they were vaccinated in order to keep their jobs, which is what drove him to do this. And that he wanted to make sure that our employees feel safe in their decisions. And that is I commend him for it, although I also must say that is bringing this up is a very unpopular topic. And even though I disagree with it, I commend him for having the courage to do it, because that's what we're supposed to do in this country. When we disagree with something, we have an opinion on something, we should be able to speak our mind on it. And whether I agree with you or disagree with you, we each provide our own opinion. So my opinions on this is, I think back to vaccinations in schools. It's a little bit different when I think of children going to school that their parents don't want them to get vaccinated. I think that's their right, but I don't want their unvaccinated children putting my children at risk. Whenever it gets to the chance of risk, I have a concern. And if people choose to not get vaccinated, they're putting other people who do get vaccinated at risk. But the whole vaccine mandate, as I understand it, is also protected for medical and religious reasons. And that all you have to do is state that I'm not going to get vaccinated for medical or religious reasons. And businesses don't have a right to say, well, prove your religion or prove your medical reason. You state that, our country will protect you from that, and you don't have to get vaccinated. So I do want to make it clear that I think our country does have protection against people who choose not to get vaccinated. I do think it's important to, as a city, though, to support vaccination, to support, do everything in our power to encourage people to get vaccinated, to make this city because I want this city to be as safe as possible for everyone around. I don't want people to run the risk of catching COVID. And I do know people, and we all know people who have died of COVID. I've had friends die of it. And it does kill. And it's a little bit different when it does cause the loss of human life. So to me, I think we need to respect people's privacy, their medical records. We need to respect their decisions for religious or medical reasons. But I have a little challenge with supporting the resolution, but I want to go on record as commending Councilman Cavallari for coming forward to bring something I totally disagree with, but having the courage to do it because of his own personal convictions. I think that's good, but I'm not in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Briles.
So I did have a couple of questions. Grant, you may have already addressed this with the previous answer you gave, but one of the concerns I have is the possibility that such a resolution might open us to potentially significant litigation and litigation fees, legal fees that I don't think we have budgeted to support a fight against the governor or the president on vaccine mandates. So do you have any input there on whether there is any argument or fight there? And if so, where we would go from there?
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Briles. The resolution is not without legal risk. Let me see if I can, without getting into some of the specifics. Our legal risk is primarily directed or involving our employees themselves as opposed to the outside world. The president's plan for vaccination applies to private businesses over 100 people, so it wouldn't apply to the city. But, you know, state and there could be other federal or state mandates that might apply to us. I can't project what might happen with the course of this Delta variant or some other variant as we've gone along. This has gone on a lot longer than any of us have imagined or wished it would. So there is supremacy, that I think most of the council understands, that if we receive requirements that are in place from the governor or from the county, for that matter, the county health department, that we might have to, that might affect our ability to maintain our current policy. And our current policy, as the city manager explained, is that vaccinations are not required as a condition of employment at the city. They're encouraged, and that's been the city's policy. And so there are places where there are legal risks with respect to our existing employees with this resolution. There could be risk. I'd rather not get into that in open session, but there is legal risk.
All right, thank you. Then following on to that, I had seen a statistic that in the year 2020, COVID-19 was the #1 killer of police officers in the country. Not only #1, but it was greater than all other combined sources of death for police officers across the country. And I think that if we were to not try to protect the employees of our city by encouraging vaccination, we would be at a great loss of how we could be protecting our employees. And so I think it is important that they do get vaccinated. I definitely encourage everyone to get vaccinated. I think, as Councilmember Steckler has brought up, there are medical and religious exemptions, as there are to just about all vaccines, as far as I know. And I think that those will still be in effect. So I cannot support this resolution.
Councilmember, are we gonna go around another round?
I just
I'm
I'll
trying
make a
to
quick comment. That my friend who worked, so it's not, everybody's got a friend. My friend has a name, I'm not gonna use her name. She works for the Department of Social and Health Services, the SHS. She does not want to get the vaccine. She put in a religious exemption, she was denied. So the state, this notion that if you could just claim a religious exemption, you've got a free get out of jail free card, I think is a flawed premise. Now, I want to quickly just say, I got the vaccine in February. I then got COVID in September. I spent my quarantine. I was never hospitalized. I recovered. I got a negative test. I'm not contagious. And I've been very blessed. I consider myself fortunate. I speculated that maybe my symptoms were fairly minimal, although they did impact. I had 2 or 3 really bad days of just being uncomfortable, not life-threatening. That cough. I have a coworker who, her and her 9-year-old mother were not vaccinated, and their experience with COVID was very similar to mine. So is that, I mean, obviously we want to have thousands of people, millions of people, everybody's got a story. I personally spoke with my doctor. I addressed the concerns of being a public safety officer, police officer, and my own health issues. Normally I wouldn't say this, but when public employees can use it for what it's worth. I spoke with my doctor. I didn't seek the advice of Facebook and my friends that I went to high school with. And I sought out medical advice from my doctor who based on his assessment of my health and my job function, felt comfortable recommending I get the vaccine, which I did. In February, I wasn't being forced. There was no talk about force. There was no talk about It was optional, and I'm in favor of people getting information, working with their professionals, and making the decision that's right for them. I would never be in favor, if we have the authority, of directing our city leadership to terminate employment for someone who opted out of the vaccine. I don't care what their reasons are for opting out. I respect their decision. I hope they consult with their doctor. And if they don't get sick, great. If they do get sick, let's help them. But I support the freedom to make the decision. I support our businesses to say, I'm going to ask everybody to show proof of vaccine if that's what they want. I'm only going to let people wearing a mask if that's what they want. I also support a business saying, I don't care. Come in, have a seat, and we'll serve you. We'll deal with it. These are the decisions we're making to serve. And some people are going to go, that's the business for me. And other people are going to go, I'm not going there. And I'm okay with that, personally. Just one individual sharing where my heart is, the people that elected me to sit here have a right to know where I'm at on this. And I'm sharing it straight from the heart, unscripted. I support you doing what you think is right for your family based on the information you have available to you. That being said, I'm not sure that this memorandum accomplishes the things that I'm saying are important to me. I appreciate the thought behind it. I'm just struggling with what it means for me, given the totality of the circumstances. Right. Thank you.
Thanks. Please try to keep it somewhat brief so we can wrap this up.
I'm the only one you said that to, so
Well,
trying to be as
you-
succinct as possible, but
To be fair, this is your second bite of the apple. I'm giving you a second bite as the maker of the motion. I've not yet had a chance to speak. You spoke for 10 minutes. So I'm giving you an opportunity that I'm not affording others to have a rebuttal.
I spoke for 8, but if you want to speak, go right ahead.
No, I'm gonna use my prerogative to close the discussion.
So first, someone show me in the resolution where the word business is mentioned. I appreciate the tangent that one of our council members went off on, but the word business is not mentioned anywhere. I believe the word government is a big distinction. Second, is I hope everybody up here knows the difference between a resolution and law. A resolution is a formal expression of opinion, will, or intent of an official body that often addresses a matter of special or temporary nature. So now that's just the first sentence, and I bring that up because it's really incredibly important, because some of the conversations I've heard up here are, while passionate, I appreciate that, they're not relevant, they're not germane. It simply has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. This is, let me give you an example. Do you know what happens if you pass this resolution today? You know what happens tomorrow? Nothing. Do you know what changes in the city? You know what changes in our employment parameters? 0. What you do is make a statement to the employees that you're going to do everything within your power to protect them. And there are employees. We cannot afford to lose 20 to 30% of the police department. It's not sustainable. Chief just told you that tonight. It's more like an umbrella or an insurance pack, just to show it's a gesture, if you will. Now, this isn't Councilman Cavalieri, the cowboy, trying to get up here and wing it and force his opinion down people's throat. It's the exact opposite. I'll bet everybody up here has been vaccinated. Everybody up here is pro-vaccine. That's not the dialogue. That's not the conversation. It's the opportunity for the individual to choose and not be pressured or coerced in the workplace simply to keep a job. Don't have to support this resolution, but you do have to understand it if you're going to opine on it. Thank you.
I'm gonna start where John was. I don't agree with Councilmember Cavalieri, but it's his right to bring this and have this discussion. So I appreciate that. It's funny, I think based on the last comment, I'm going to call this the Seinfeld resolution. It's about nothing. I'm not going to reiterate Mr. Paddock's comments because I thought they were spot on. This is a problem looking for, or a solution looking for a problem. We've heard the city manager said there's no requirement right now for employees, and there's no plan for one absent the state mandating a requirement to be vaccinated. So I'm not sure what the problem is we're trying to solve. And that setting aside the issues with this resolution, that I don't agree with any of the recitals. The recitals all deal with vaccine passports. The resolution has nothing to do with vaccine passports. And the resolution itself, there is one part I could possibly support, but it says that we're reaffirming our current policy. We don't have a current policy. I went back and looked at our policy we adopted in April. The only time that vaccination is mentioned is in a list of bullet points identifying the steps that citizens could take to protect themselves. We have not taken a position on whether or not people, citizens, let alone employees, should get vaccinated. If someone wants to bring forth a resolution saying we support vaccination generally, I'd be for that. But I think this resolution has lots of problems, and like Councilmember Cavallari himself said, this doesn't do anything. So I'm not sure why we're having this discussion. So I'm not going to support this resolution. And with that, we've all had our opportunities to say our piece. So I'm going to call for the vote. With those in favor of the resolution, please, of the motion to approve the resolution as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Did anyone abstain? The motion is not passed on a vote of 1-6. With that, we'll move to the non-controversial consent agenda. Consent agenda item J, approval of checks number 63784 through 63839 and ACH wire transfers in the amount of $1,350,658.92. Audit committee is Councilmember Steckler and Councilmember Cavallari. Any exceptions?
No exceptions.
And payroll,
No exceptions.
sorry, jumped the gun there. I thought I heard two.
You're used to cutting off my speech. It's all right.
Okay. Item K, payroll and benefit ACH payments in the amount of $666,403.66, and payroll and benefit ACH payments in the amount of $271,324.39. Any exceptions?
No exceptions. No exceptions.
And city council meeting minutes finally of April 6, 2021 and September 14th, 2021. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. In the interest of time and the matters we still have to cover, the only thing I will say is happy birthday to the city. Mayor Pro Tem, any report tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to throw out there that I have been out talking with residents in the community, and I am hoping that we can get an update soon on the crosswalk at Jackson High School. I've also had some people asking me about the striping at 35th Avenue and Seattle Hill Road, and I believe that is in the streets grant funding, but I wanted to touch base on that. And also, members of the community are asking me, we reported last time that we have paused the sidewalk dot replacement for a limited time. Do we have a time and date when we will start that back? Because they were asking and wanting to know that. And finally, I just want to bring up to everyone that, one of our businesses was on Cairo News because they were being attacked for their policy to require people to be vaccinated. And the members of our community some people were calling in and coming by and just treating their employees really terribly. And I just want to reach out to everyone and just remind you that we're all in this together, and that's not Mill Creek. We don't attack people and business owners for their decisions and we are here to support each other and lift each other up. And our businesses are doing the best they can to protect their staff and to protect people that are coming in. And I'm just going to implore all of our residents out there to have a little empathy and be kind to those people when you go in there, and be kind to your restaurant staff and your hostess that's asking you to wear a face mask because they're mandated to. And that is Mill Creek. We treat each other with respect and kindness. And I'm just going to implore all of you to treat each other with respect and kindness. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond, any report tonight?
No report.
Councilmember Steckler.
Quick request, in July, I asked for, that we consider an update on the CIP project activity for 2021. We, next week is October, so I'm gonna make a request, city manager, could we please have an update on the CIP projects within the next 2 weeks? That'd be okay? That'd be great, that's my only request on that.
Councilmember Cavallari.
Thank you, Mayor. I brought this up at the beginning of September. September is Suicide Awareness Month. It's important that we, again, talk about this. Another child or high school student in Marysville has taken their own life. This is something that we're starting to see play out over and over again. Early numbers are in upwards of 27% over last year. So see something, say something. It's a very important topic. I think we should all be aware that this is real around us. Kids are suffering. Thank you.
Councilmember Broyles, any report tonight?
Potentially two quick things. I wanted to say that my son and I attended the Mill Creek Electric Car Show at the Advent Lutheran Church, put on by the WSU Snohomish County Extension Sustainable Community Stewards. It was very interesting to see many of the currently available electric and hybrid vehicles, from a motorcycle to several cars to a Jeep, which my son really enjoyed climbing all over the Jeep. It was covered in mud before the rain started to fall. And he thought it was super cool. That was a quote, super cool. I wanted to thank the hosts, exhibitors, and organizers for such a great event right here in Mill Creek. I thought that was really great. One other thing, I'm really glad to see that the geocaching has been, that we're doing some more with that, we're marketing that. In talking with some of our residents, that has been a specific thing that someone has said that they really liked. And I felt that that's a great way for us to kind of build strength on strength. We have great parks and trails, and getting our residents another way to use them is a great way to build strength on strength. So good job, keep that up, and do some great work. Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan, any report tonight?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So there was the Riot 8 meeting last week, and it was a very informative meeting. It went over a lot of information. I will try to impart some of it here. Riot 8 and some regional partners set up cameras inside the locks, so you can view it on YouTube if you want to see this fishy swimming around. They try to avoid those angles, you know. They're currently working on potential solutions, trying to deal with the elevated temperatures and low oxygen count inside the locks, but they don't have a current solution for that. The new lock numbers came out, and this year's numbers have increased, which is a positive sign, but it's still far below the 10-year average, but at least trending the right direction. They're working on a design for the Cedar River floodplain restoration project. This one was particularly interesting in regards to stormwater, and I know we're talking about some stormwater retrofitting or new stormwater projects. There was an ecologist that Bellevue hired. They analyzed some contaminants that were inside our river waters and found that they came from a protective seal on car tires. So they hired the ecologist to figure out a way to filter that out so it doesn't enter our river systems. And luckily in their experimenting, they found out that by implementing a system, they called them burritos, but they were essentially filled with sand and compost that the water would have to flow through prior to entering the river. It filtered out 98% of the contamination. And in doing so, it only had a cost of about $4,000 per stormwater system. So a very cost efficient model for solving problems. The governor's office indicated salmon recovery to be one of his main focuses in the future session. So they're brainstorming different ways that they can really have a good impact in the salmon recovery effort. And let's move on. There was also the planning commission meeting. I won't get into particulars on it so much, but they did have an election vote for the new chair and vice chair. Matt Nolan was voted for the chair position and Dave Hamilton for the vice chair. They also worked on discrepancies with front setbacks and fence requirements. So they're going to bring that to us sometime in the future.
Thank you. City manager, any reports tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We're going to be brief as well. This is a request that's coming to Communications and Marketing. I think formally it's a recommendation to the City Council from the A&B Board regarding a ribbon cutting that's being proposed for October 6th. I just really want some direction from Council with what's happening with COVID. Do we want to follow the protocol that we observed in Heron Park, which was a much more limited participation, or do we want to go with the full recommendation of all the invitees? And we're just going to be really mindful of the distancing requirement and masking if we're going to have a ribbon cutting event. I just need to get a sense of how Council wants me to manage this.
Yeah, and recall with Heron Park, that was coming open right as we were entering COVID. And because of the face mask mandates and the social distancing, what we did there was Stephanie and I did a photo shoot. So we had something to advertise to the opening of Heron Park, but we deferred a bigger community gathering or celebration until COVID passed. So I think that's really the question. I mean, the A&B Board wants to do a ribbon cutting and we're still under the COVID requirements. So should we handle them similarly to the way we did Heron Park, or because we'd have to have a group of people in close proximity? So topic du jour. And first, Councilmember Morgan, then Councilmember. I'm sorry, Councilmember Bryan.
I keep pushing my mic before my signal gets on to talk.
I'm confused because I keep seeing myself flash in my legs. It says host club.
Especially between us, it's whole squad and Todd, and I'm sure you're like, no, it's not pretty sure.
I'm going to fix that, by the way. Sorry.
My personal view is I'd like to see something along the lines of what we did in Heron Park. If I understand, this is the ribbon cutting for the panels that are on the bridge over Penny Creek. It's on Main Street in the town center. Those have been there for a while now, about a year and a half. So I don't think that delaying a bigger celebration will be a significantly negative impact to us, but I think it is good to go ahead and let people know about it by putting out something that says, hey, we did it, and with a limited number of photos.
When I suggested we do a smaller gathering, I don't care if I'm part of any. I don't care if I'm part of the photo shoot. I wasn't involved in it, so I wasn't suggesting the two of us do it. I was just suggesting a limited number of people be part of it. So just to clarify, Councilmember Morgan, then Councilmember Stepp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm honestly good either way, whatever council overall decides on what to do. We have had a number of events from National Night Out to the festival where there were lots of people following various protocols and whatnot, and they got to partake in a city event without any knowingly repercussions. So I would be in favor of having a city event for this personally. Thanks.
Councilmember Steckler.
I agree with Councilman Morgan. At the time of the Heron Park event, we had, I believe, a restriction or ban on outdoor gatherings. And so that's why it was a limited gathering, but that has been way lifted, especially with some of the events that we're having right now. And I think the people that really want this is the Arts and Beautification Board want to present their project. So I think it's up to them if they want to be there, those 7 people, and they want to invite Jared Mead from county council, because the county council provided the money for it. If they want to attend, I think that's their choice. Allow them to attend, allow them to take the picture, and send the press release up. I don't think that's a decision for us to say, no, you can't, that they want to be there and there's not an edict against it. Let them be there.
Any objection?
Okay,
Any strenuous objection? No?
that's what we needed. Thank you. Before I turn the floor over to Chief Young for addressing the traffic matter, we did have quick responses to Mayor Pro Tem Vignall's questions, and with Mayor's permission, I want to quickly turn the floor over to Mike Todd. He promises me he'll be succinct.
Certainly. So very quick, here we go. Jackson High School crosswalk is part of the 3 projects where we're spending complete streets money from TIB. That design is in process. Within the next couple of weeks, we'll be checking in with the school district on our conceptual design to make sure they're okay with it. And we'll let you know how that goes. The striping at 35th and Seattle Road, that's in our list of things to do in the 2022 pavement marking program. And RPMs, the raised pavement markers that were being applied in the neighborhoods. We've hit the high points. There were some projects that were way overdue. There were some RPMs that were missed in the last contract that was done last year by staff. We've done those. As we have time and the availability of good weather, we will continue with those. Matthew Combs has purchased several thousand RPMs, and as we have time to do it, we'll do it. But we've not stopped it. It is something we're trying to do and serve self-performing. We're short staff and now short warm weather. End of discussion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Chief Young?
I think City Manager. So we wanted to come back from a previous meeting. I think it was on the September 14th meeting. Councilmember Briles had made some sort of reference to some traffic congestion. So I wanted to make sure we come back and let you know what we've been doing with that. With the start of the 2021 school year, we knew that there was going to be some traffic problems. So what we have done is been in direct contact with the school district, and we've been deploying available officers during the peak traffic surge times in an effort to mitigate the congestion. We're going to continue to monitor and take appropriate action as needed. And that's all I have. Thank you.
And I have seen that in effect. I back up to Heatherwood Junior High, and I see a police officer coming through there, and my kids go to Mill Creek Elementary, and I see them. I see the officer there during the traffic. It really does help. Does help move things along. Thank you.
That concludes our reports. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we will move to audience communication, the second bite at the apple. Would anyone like to speak to the council before we move into executive session? I see Melissa's hand is up. So Melissa, please name and address and try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Melissa Luque, 13513 31st Drive. I really appreciated the conversation that was had earlier about police incentives. And I just wanted to remind everyone as you move forward and you're looking into that is also focusing on retention and what are incentives there. Because from my understanding, there are a lot of these incentives are from other cities are very interesting for current staff. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Anyone else like to address the council? Seeing none online or in person, we will now move to executive session for 2 items: the discussion of the performance of a public employee per RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1G, and to consider the price of this on the sale or lease of land pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1C. Grant, am I correct? We will not be taking action on either of these items?
That's correct.
How much time do you think is needed for the second
item? We will try to keep it brief, 15 to 20 minutes.
With the 2 items that we have, I'm going to ask that we extend. The regular meeting to 10:30, and then we would do, if it's so extended, we would extend the executive session till 10:05 and play it by ear from there. that fair?
Motion to extend to 10:30.
Second.
So it's a motion to extend the regular meeting until 10:30. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? With that, the regular meeting is extended till 10:30, and we will be in executive session until 10:05.
No kidding. I'm going first, you go front. Your quarters lost. All that stuff, I heard earlier, you have a good powers, just move it away. Personally, I would fix my broken washing machine first, but that's just what it is. Why in our house, two feet bigger garage? She goes, why wouldn't we just buy a new house? And I go, and I go, and so I was just, I'm like, well, I knew how, some reasons, but you make a good point. Like, it'd be a lot easier to just buy a house. I'll be there in a minute, I'm gonna go to the rest. So what did you do? Oh, my goodness, why? I think that's for me to. I know that. We'll talk to you. That's not too far. We'll do it. It's not.
Karen, I thought
You did. I think they're taking the other issue first, so.
Oh, okay.
Here.
Okay,
How
no
are you
problem.
doing?
Good.
Karen, oh, I'm trying to get this off the screen here. How about a minute?
Yeah, you can just exit.
Karen, we're gonna play it by ear to see how long the fire thing takes. before
Hold
we-
on. We could, okay.
What happened? They're on the regular. meeting.
I muted the chamber room.
Screen.
Oh.
That's what I was asking. Why are we out?
Can we have Jonah?
I'm trying to mute the executive room.
I
think it's
muted.
muted.
I got yelled at last time I went in the executive room.
I muted the executive room is muted now.
We're
Okay.
gonna do the chamber room, but yeah, the executive session.
Hey, Martin.
I'm trying to get you in, Martin, and your name is not showing up here.
He is in, he just invited himself into this main room and I let him in.
Oh, so you just have, yeah, there you go.
Causing trouble wherever I go.
Very good. I thought you were going to go first. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay.
Hey, Karen, you're helping us out here.
She's
Appreciate
I
that.
made her a co-host.
I know. That's
I
great.
can cause all sorts of trouble. What room do you want to go in?
I know.
I'm
Thank
good
you.
here, really. I'm good here.
All right. Thank you so much. Council has extended executive session to 10:13. Council is extending executive session for another 7 minutes. Well, actually to 10:20. Thank you.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah. Council is extending executive session for another 5 minutes. That will be at 10:24:25. 10:25. Thank you.
I don't blame you. I'm hungry.
Always like. I know, right? We concluded our executive session at 10:25 and without objection, I'm going to adjourn the regular meeting. Did you hear that a couple times?
My name is Brian.
She muted me.
Those are my rooms. So I think we're done.
We're good, right? Yeah, but Mike, just be careful, this mic is so high, can't figure out how to turn it on.
Have a good night, everyone.
Wait, Naomi, don't leave.
Oh, no?
I got some documents for you.
Oh, well, I'm not leaving. I'm just closing. Okay.